Notes. Patch notes. Patch notes. Patch notes. They haven't dropped yet, though. But they will. Soon. Soon. And until then, Heroes of Might and Magic, baby. Unironically, let's fucking go. Unironically, Heroes of Might and Magic until they drop. I'm not playing with you. This is this is real. No, I don't want to install yet. Leave me alone. Let me play my fucking game. Back. Single scenario. Random map, extra large, 7, max difficulty, advanced settings, start with gold. Go. Let's go, baby. Ooh, Soulmare is very good. Chain Lightning is huge with basic wisdom and basic sorcery. I think Soulmare is my favorite, like, spellcaster start. I never played Heroes of Might and Magic 2. I've only played Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I got a very low roll on... Got a very low roll here. I kind of don't fuck with gargoyles to start. I do want to leave one behind for whoever I pick up next. Iona's fine. Gundala is very good, actually. That's honestly like a really solid next hero. Yeah, we're gonna pick up Gundala. So I guess I'll keep this because she's going to... Yeah, she's gonna keep an army. Soulmare is fine though, honestly. Like, yes, attack defense, but like, I'm gonna be cheesy for a grip. We can basically take on like our first big fight effectively for free. This is Heroes of Might and Magic 3. It's basically like one of the best strategy games ever made, I think. We don't have a lot of info to start here. I think those are gargoyles. This is a dwarven treasure. Let's walk out. Mage Tower. I think Mage Towers are defended. Are Mage Towers not defended? That's actually kind of insane. I think I'm going to take Pixies pretty easily. Because I don't immediately see a better route here. We have a campfire. I really would like this learning stone. And it is nice to pick up wood early. I'm going to take it. Bitter defeat? In what fucking universe? I mean, there are a lot here. I would rather not Chain Lightning to start, because I don't have a well nearby. I am just going to Chain Lightning off the grip. HoMM. And then they go up 7. He didn't die? Can we talk about this? Bro, Gargoyle actually insane. Popping all the way off. How do I open this up? Who's next? You're next. So we're actually fine, yeah. Oh, I do like estates very early, but I intend for Soul Mirror to be a primary. New graphics on D4, yeah, this is ray tracing, honestly. I do want Soul Mirror to be a primary. It's just Basic Estates is such a good... Because I don't have gold available to me immediately. I did just see Gundula, though, who also could just be my primary. I'm going to pick up Basic Estates. It's underwhelming for sure, but you really have to ask the question, like, what are you doing very quickly? I think I want to leave this. I am going to pick up gold here. I also see my sawmill. Chaos, thank you very much for the prime. I appreciate you. Also, we do have to play the game of when do patch notes drop? What are we doing? We are killing time until patch notes, basically. Patch notes when? Typically within like an hour or two. We can also do... They're gonna have like they're going to have like an entire dev blog about it. So I don't think it's going to go up here. It's going to go up here eventually, but they're going to have a whole dev blog about it. Yeah. It's going to be a whole separate blog. I do wish that there was a bit more like unity of like when things got posted, me not having to check Adam Fletcher's individual tweets between that and then like the Diablo. I just wish it was all kind of like, how do I describe this? I wish there was like one unified information push. Rather than having to find it kind of piecemeal. But like, what can you do? Yeah, but I also, like, I see that my sawmill is off-road, Garm. That's like my only thing. And there is a big value in getting that. Obviously, getting my second hero out is very important. I just don't see gold. Like, this is gold. I don't see gold up here. I'm going for it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm committing. Actually, like, pretty decent on wood. I'm hard committing. Although I've kind of effed myself, haven't I? Like, army is very thin right now. It's too late. I've committed. I've chosen my death. Rip. That's actually kind of huge. Gundala also starts with the spellbook, right? Okay. I don't think I really... Oh, I do want to pick up my ore pit, though. Alright. I think I'm just holding here. I don't think I'm buying anything. Yeah, I would really like them in, like, an hour. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, what up? Thank you. Oh, also, I'm so sorry, YouTube. I'm not trying to ignore you. I forget that I have to fucking... Oh! Trev, help me out here, boss. Because I've looked. First off, thank you everybody who's over on YouTube. I'm so sorry. What's going on, Mandolin? What up, Outlaws? They did not give us a definite time. What's good, Zen? Robert hasn't seen Here's My Magic in a Grip. We used to be a nation that made things. What up, Azelot? We still do produce things. We have like a major production here in the United States. But yes, with my very limited knowledge of like our GDP and what we export, but we do still absolutely make things. That's like why we bailed out the car industry. Morning their time basically puts us at like 2 p.m. our time normally. What up, cop? Pro tip, don't bring swords to work. I do need to know more about this. Basically, yeah, Trev. It's so here's what I have to do every time. I have to get my chat. I have to get my chat link. I have to come over here. I have to add the new stream's chat link as a chat to then get it to pop up here, which is like obviously very, very inefficient. That's what I have to do every time, which is obviously trash. We survived the rain at work. It was pretty gross. Also, real quick, hey, just while I have you all here and I can shame you, there are 88 of y'all currently watching, which first off, insane. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. The stream has been liked 7 times. Now, here's my call to action. Click the heart. Click the heart. If you don't, I totally understand. Fuck this dude, right? But if you could, I would appreciate it. What's going on, Noodle? Noodle's saying he's coming out of fucking Diablo retirement over these patch notes. Is there... No, I'm already going up with Gundula. I don't need to go any further there. A lot of lean-tos, which can be a lot of gold. I think let's travel in the direction where I know I have gold to pick up. Can I sneak around you? I can. Let's go. I will pick up my pit. I'm not going to fight whites right now. Is this Heroes 3? Absolutely is. My tower take is to leave slow gremlins in town and push fast with Gargs, only for movement speed to scout and grab gold in chest along road. Second native hero purchase. Second we'll get them upgraded and we'll catch up. And up close to 100 master gremlins and dozens of Gargs to be meat shields, and then you'd be cleaning. You know what? I have been taking like a fucking cow. First off, Cow just gifted 6 months of tier 1 to Noodle. What the fuck, dude? Cow, thank you so much, Boo Boo. I appreciate you. Cow, thank you for just like coming in. I know you like don't seem to enjoy Diablo 4 content, so you're not here a lot. This is not to shame you at all. I appreciate you being here and supporting, man. I know it's not for you, but thank you, man. I appreciate that. Is this regular game? This is, you love Heroes? Well, you're here for Heroes, man. I appreciate you. Cow is always putting out great playlists, honestly. If you're not checking out Cow's playlists on YouTube, y'all need to. So I originally owned Here's My Magic HD on Steam. I went and bought the actual Heroes like full release on GOG and then put the HD mod on. So I launched through this now. And I'm not currently running, what is it? What's the major mod of Heroes of Might and Magic 3? I forget what it's called, but I'm not running that. Not yet. Horns of the Abyss. Yeah, I'm not running Horns of the Abyss. Although Garm did just say like a really smart thing, which I did not necessarily think of initially. Which is big Master Gremlin army off second native hero. And Iona does come with a huge stack. I can't afford all of it. So I already didn't do it. I could restart scenario and try it out. I feel like that's cheating a little bit just because like I do see what's going on. I do like Gundula as like a secondary army to like roll out and clear stuff. Like I did already do this gambit instead. But I didn't necessarily think about the value in upgrading gremlins and then taking that stack out. Heroes of Might and Magic 5. So I have Heroes of Might and Magic 5 on Steam. I do have that. It's just like not... I just don't like Heroes of Might and Magic 5, honestly. The only thing though is that day one swapping to a gargoyle doesn't, you still have the initial speed impediment of having the gremlins. So what's going on, Daedalus? Thank you so much for the 11 months. Happy patch day. And we are one month away from a full year. My dude, thank you.
You're a real one.
Hydrate, thank you.
Happy patch day, Mac.
Patch notes typically come out within an hour or two. But I do have... I know the alphabet. But I have Heroes of Might and Magic 3 on Steam, which is a fucking absolute scam. Do not buy it. And then I have Heroes 5 as well. And that's why day one you don't stray away from the road. So here's my question, though. Like, let's say I would have gone much further up here. This particular map doesn't have chests off the road, even within like a 2-day travel, it looks like. Because if I went a long road, I would have gotten to around here like day one. Maybe up here. So I guess I can't say that for certain. But I feel like I saw some information around here that would lead me to want to go pick up like the typical things that you do want to pick up. I don't know. I really don't like Heroes 5. Just kind of like straight up. It's not necessarily my cup of tea. Cartographer. So here's my toxic trait. I hate picking up the cartographer early. What up, Kilger? What's going on? Ask away. We do have water wheel. Kind of want to take this fight though, because I have enough to pick her up and upgrade her gremlins already. Can I do better than 5? Probably. Or hopefully, rather. How long till patch notes drop? Typically an hour or two. What game is this? This is Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Slow. Sure, I can slow you down. Why not? 6. You're in. I'm out of range of you. I think you're gonna chill real hard. Oh, I fucked up so bad. Thank you. That's not gonna save me, but I did fuck up real bad. Bro. Calm down. We got a lot going on here. Oh, I have 1 power. Rip. I don't know why I thought I had 2 power. 10. 10 is 2. Is... let's chill out for a hot second. That's fine. Gross. Do I care about air magic right now? I'm so animation speed and dry. I don't like when it goes so fast. Air is haste. Oof. I don't really want resistance. I forgot that Iona is just a giant fucking nerd. I don't really want resistance though. Where am I trying to send you though? He's gonna come back and just pick up nonsense. I don't really care about this right now. I wouldn't mind clearing out a crypt, but gremlins alone aren't really great for that. Yes, you can control click. Great question. Is a chance for streamers start fight for... Is a chance for a streamer's start fight for semi-hardcore players who play D4 max 200 hours per season? Keys for Uber Duriel is a joke. Farming this keys is horrible XP if you not play really hard. So I'm sorry, Kilgur, the question is a little confusing. Is the question, should I try to do the same, should I try to progress to level 100 the same way as a streamer would? Which includes farming Duriel keys. And Duriel summoning mats. No, it's okay. You don't have to apologize for not speaking English. The question is just a little bit too confusing to me. You can fish for cool stuff like getting resurrection on main. Oh, I never really thought about that. That is pretty cool. I haven't really thought about like fishing for spells. That's actually a really good point. How long till patch drops? About 2 hours. Do I play PoE? I've run up the beach a bunch of times, but I've never really gone into the endgame of PoE. This is weird ass patch notes. If you get Heroes of Might and Magic 5 from GOG and then use the 5.5 mod, it fixes a lot of the usual complaints. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't really looked into it. My major issue with Heroes of Might and Magic is that I honestly think it looks worse as a 3D game. Like, I think the game in general looks worse with 3D sprites is kind of my big issue. Game looks horrible to you? That means nothing on its own? Game looks horrible? I'm sorry to hear that. What about it do you think looks horrible? Do you mean, like, visually looks bad? Because remember that this is a game from, like, 97, I think? I think this game came out in 1997. Getting Chain Lightning out to Gundula is also really nice, because we already picked up Air Magic, right? Is Chain Lightning level 3? 1999 for Heroes 3. Can I see the level? Yes, you can. So it's a 4th level spell. All right. So Expert Scholar lets you pick up any spell. Did patch notes drop? Hold on, everybody shut up. Did they drop? Are they here? Do I have a dev blog? Everybody shut up. Do I have a dev blog? Not yet. Doesn't look like. No, those aren't the newest patch notes. Still not sure what you were trying to imply with the 99 viewers comment. It's just exciting that I have like nearly 100 people watching on YouTube. That's about it. Enjoy much getting new gear and new characters. You need Ubers. And first farming, the materials are boring and consume too much time, so people like me just stop playing or just go buy keys for RMT. Are we just we're just mostly talking about that concept, mostly just like talking about that concept? Yeah, I mean, we could talk about that concept. So what I always recommend people is try to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So typically either Varshan or Grigor have unique items that one of your builds might want. So for the example of the Necromancer, the Ring of the Sacrilegious Soul, unless you get a perfect one, you could typically always farm for a better one. And it turns out that like doing the world boss or a Legion event is also good for doing Tree of Whispers. Tree of Whispers get you more materials for Varshan. Doing Hell Tides, at least right now, is always relevant because you typically need Forgotten Souls, and it's nice to be able to get the elixirs. So doing those activities not only have like a small chance of finding a good piece of gear for you, but means that getting the boss materials aren't just farming for the boss materials. And then when you're level 100, doing all of your Grigors and Varshans, while they're not necessarily getting you a bunch of great stuff, are at least getting you salvage and potentially replacements for your aspects. So again, there you're kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And then once you have your Duriel materials, making sure to always do them in rotations with other people. So either finding a Discord channel, like I have a Discord channel for boss runs, which when people are doing boss runs is typically like fairly popular. I think there's like a dozen people in there doing it. Obviously this late in the season, nobody is really doing it. But to start off, always making sure to do them in rotations is like one of the best ways to kind of do that. So if you find it very boring, I would just always say to try to kind of optimize so that you get the kick out of doing things more effectively. I kind of don't know what my next play is here. Like, I don't know where I'm sending Iona. Because I want some meat shields in front of these gremlins so I'm not losing a ton. I think I'm just trying to link up with Solmir. Have Solmir become a scout. Until he can pick up a secondary army. And then come back over here and upgrade these. I think that's what I'm doing. And I can use them as meat shields before then. That's what I'm going to do. I can pick up some fights here. This is Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Baby Daggers, thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, so Season 4 as well is shaking up this rotation of bosses to a very high level. So I would also... Do Lean 2s like not include gold in the first week? Or am I just very unlucky here? You're finishing out a necromancy ability and you're looking at glyphs that have situational multipliers, revenge, gravekeeper. How do you determine which is more consistent or effective for the build? You do the math. Try to optimize, but still opening cost is too high on T4 and a hero on Season 4 for open Ubers. Need 10 times more mats. I mean, so yes, right? Like, if you personally think it's boring, I don't think there's a lot that they can do to mitigate that. Because I fundamentally believe that you need to have a cost for these things, else they are meaningless. But it sounds like you may, like, on a theoretical, like, on like a fundamental level, just disagree that there should be a cost. But like, I think going to a world boss and going to a Legion event is fun. I think going to a Helltide is fun. They're making those things more valuable. But I'm not too sure how they could resolve that issue for you. Am I taking this fight? Do I care about this? I kind of don't, right? I have to fight boars to get by. I have an underground. I can go underground. Can I fight lots of boars with this army? Can I take boars with this army? I don't know that I can. I am gonna follow this strat here that I've kind of outlined for myself. I would like to get Town Hall. If I don't, I could pick up Parapet. I don't know where I'm gonna find the gold to pick up Town Hall. Could do the lean too. No. Okay. I have two crypts. So I have a crypt here. And I don't think I can take Dwarven Treasury right now. Picking this up isn't super important because I'm not going to have mages. Yeah, I don't think I could take boars here. I can't take hobgoblins and go downstairs. We also see they have a monolith on their side. The monolith is probably underground. And then the storm elementals, I can't take storm elementals. Another higher. Oh, I do have a crypt here. It looks like I would have to fight through familiars. We'll figure it out. Gimme. Oh no, actually I just want all of these. Okay, so Soulmare is now basically free. He can scout. This looks a little bit like a dead end. Now I could take fights on the way back pretty safely. I don't really care about, I mean, like, this is generally nice. I could take Harpies. I have Magic Arrow. I could take Harpies. Am I gonna do better than 9? Maybe. Hi. So the rest of you are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12. The rest of you, how are you doing? Oh, fuck yeah. Easy game. How many shots do Master Gremlins start with? Yeah, we're Gucci. Come out here. Easy game. Yeah, so Raven, so basically you have to do the math. So let's think about control as a really good example. Check conservatory if it's an easy one. You would need like 100 Master Gremlins to get there though, right? 50 probably doesn't drop a stack of 20 Griffins? Or is an easy one 10 or 20? When the patch notes drop within the next hour or so. Does it compare? I believe that Heroes of Might Magic 3 is strictly better than Heroes of Might Magic 2 because I think it's just Hero of Might Magic 2 but prettier with more logical kind of choices. What do I do for work? My background was in research science as a microbiologist, and I worked in the pharmaceutical industry for like 6+ years before I went full-time content creator. Easiest has 50. I think I'm safe from all of these for 1 turn. Oh, except for this boy. Crap. Can I not do math? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, he was high enough. Okay. So I attack this one next turn. This one comes up. You're not close enough. You're dead. Yeah, they should be fine. He's gonna kill 1 more. Crap. Can I do... I kind of want to save this 1 gremlin. I think I'm gonna blow 5 MP here to save this 1 gremlin. No! Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Well. Attacked the wrong one. Well, we still did better than what it said. Rational Cat Fat. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Well, this is awkward. Hi. Hello. Killing 2 bosses for open Duriel is painful. They should make this a choice. For example, you can buy key for Duriel from mats, what is needed for open chest, and kill this 2 bosses. And people who need gear can go kill them for extra loot, and people who don't need to exchange mats for Duriel. So again, sure. I don't think that is the worst idea. I don't agree with it. I really don't think going and killing the bosses is painful. But that's clearly just a difference in opinion, right? I like the idea that it gives you a structure, and I think it's whether or not you agree that there should be a structure to things. And I personally think that there should be, but I think it's very obvious that you disagree, and I think that that's valid. I think the argument, like, you have a choice. The big issue is that people will min-max games until they're not fun anymore. So the idea of choice isn't real. It is an illusion of choice. Yeah. For you, it is not fun. I understand that. They're not actually useless, though. Like, you do understand that, right? You have decided that they're personally useless for you because you do not need gear from them. But that's not they are useless. If we attempt to change a video game to accommodate for what individual people's concerns for, it's physically impossible to accomplish that. Patch notes are within the next hour or two. Yeah, boars are going to wreck me. I definitely can't take boars here. Okay. Yeah. Sure. I guess I'm just gonna get more intel right now. I'm gonna pick up Parapet. What up, Cyber? Am I still mad at you? In the least offensive way possible. I don't remember what I would be mad at you for. If I was ever legitimately mad at you, I assume it's because you were doing something I think is really shitty. So please don't do that again, because I'm not super interested in wasting energy at being upset at a stranger on the internet. What's going on, Hunter? How you doing, boo-boo? Yeah, so patch notes are either 10 minutes or an hour and 10 minutes, I think is a fairly... A throng? Well, that's too many. Bet on 10 minutes? I'll bet on 10 minutes. A thong? No, a throng. About trade, for me to be honest, D4 without auction house is not a game with trade. Yeah, they absolutely need to add an auction house, there's no question. How's Gauntlet this week? I actually haven't taken a look at Gauntlet this week. It's really hard for me to be motivated to like play the base game when I know it's about to change so drastically. I don't really care about this, and she actually can't even pick up a 3rd level spell. Soulmere, who just became a scout, could pick it up. But I think you can do a crypt on this unless they have vampires. So 21 spell points, I think we're pretty good. Who's new? Diplomacy? Diplomacy is very good. Diplomacy is actually kind of broken. Auction houses aren't trading IMO, they just automate markets. I like the personal trade chat. The issue with trade chat is that it isn't global, it's just the 20 people in your area. Like, if there was actually a trade chat that was global, I could agree with you there. But it isn't, so I can't. Can I do this? I can't do this. I wish I was playing with the mod on, though, because I could save this scholar. What is Gundula doing for me now, though? I really fucked this up pretty bad. I could take familiars. I think I'm taking these skeletons and picking up a campfire. I should go downstairs, I think. I'm gonna go downstairs with Gundula and hope I can just clear out the, I need to move this Wolf Rider. In the exact same spot I was a second ago. I'm gonna bring Wolf Rider up here. Oh, why did I slow you? You are not the one I wanted to slow, but here we are. Impossible to kill me on the swing back? Yes. Rational Cat Fat. First off, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. That's insane. Thank you very much. What video of yours would I recommend to go watch for me to better understand the glyph system in Diablo 4? I'm a Necro. I don't really enjoy any other classes since Assassin D2 don't want to follow a guide. The glyph system. Do I have a great video for you? I haven't covered glyphs in a grip. Glyph sockets are what I'm considering to be the most powerful addition to your endgame build that you get out of a the couple of powerful rare nodes within its radius, and we also want I would say, like, check this video out if you're like new to the concept. I don't have like advanced current all builds concept glyph analysis for you. I would check that out. I talk like pretty extensively about my glyph selection in most build guides. So I would say, like, pick a build guide that you don't want to play if you don't want to follow a guide, and then like listen to me rant about the glyphs there. Is what I would say. I'm sure there will be a zone dictated to just trades. No, so trade chat, unironically, there's trade chat, Noodle, and it just yells to the people in like the 20 people around you. That's it. Like, if you go to trade chat right now, there are 3 people who will hear you. It really sucks. Yeah. Yeah, it's really sucks. Guide Andy for life. I think that it's nice to have guides for people who want guides, etc. But yeah. Question is C from an infrequent viewer of your stream. Well, thank you, BR. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, notes are going to take a grip. I expect to be here for hours, honestly. What's my opinion on the new D4 class in the expansion? What's my opinion about it? We don't know anything about it, so I don't really have much opinions, but I'm glad there will be a new class with the expansion. That way, I'm solely responsible for your poor performance. Honestly, that's too true. It's kind of rough. All right, so what am I looking at here? I'm just gonna randomly start swinging. I'm just swing ho. It'll beat swing ho. Kill him. Rip. Bro, this dude's a menace. Oh, I unironically thought this was my dude. So I feel pretty dumb. Lots of gnolls. I could probably still take lots of gnolls. But there's just kind of a lot going down here. I like Loins of Legion. Can I do this? We'll see. What up, Brooke? So many of you. There, 4 speed. That's what's gonna get me there. You just hang out here for a hot second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm actually kind of fine right here. What did I miss about glyphs? Yeah, so let's talk about, like, let's take an example here. Let's take an example here. We have the control glyph. Control glyph currently says when you apply a slow to a target, you gain a 1.1 multiplier, and when you manage to stun them, you get a 1.2 multiplier. So what does that mean? What does that mean for your average person playing the game? Well, we have Decrepify. Decrepify says I automatically apply a slow. So that means that when I cast Decrepify, not only do I get the 1.1 multiplier from control glyph 100% of the time when I'm affecting any monster that isn't a boss, but I am also getting a 1.12 multiplier from Amplify, the passive skill. And then if I'm also using the Amplify glyph, I get another 1.1 multiplier. So control is also control adds on additive damage from crowd controlled targets, and applying a slow is considered crowd controlling a target. So by using the Amplify glyph and control glyph, I'm gaining, and having Amplify damage in my passive, I'm getting a 10% multiplier, a 10% multiplier, a 12% multiplier, and then whatever additive damage is representative of... Oh, our patch notes here? Fuck everything we're doing. All right, boys. All right. Everybody shut up. We're done now. So to finish off that thought, before I start here, to finish off that thought, you now have to ask the question of how important is increasing damage to everything that isn't a boss valuable for you and what you're currently attempting to do. If you expect bosses to be representative of 10% of your total time killing, you have to effectively do the math of how much more powerful could I be against bosses? How long does it take me to kill a boss? And does this change anything? Remembering that, like, Decrepify will still apply a 12% damage multiplier from the Amplify passive. So now you're doing the math of is using, and the 1.1 from Amplify glyph. So is control glyph representative of a greater increase in efficiency against everything that isn't a boss than a different glyph would be against a boss? And you can literally measure that, right? Like if I now 2-shot monsters as opposed to 3-shot monsters because I'm using the control glyph, but against a boss, it takes me like 10 seconds to kill a boss when it could take me 8 seconds to kill a boss if I use a different glyph. You can literally say that the 2-second time save against a boss does not represent a greater than 2-second time save against every other monster pack. So using this glyph is better for my build than another build, or than another glyph. That is how much math you have to do to come to the correct answer for your particular build. That's a lot of math and a lot of calculations that are typically very hard for most people to do, because most people aren't looking to fine-tune their builds to that level. So what you basically need to ask the question is, what is my average expected uptime of this multiplier? And is it higher than other ones? That's basically glyph analysis in a nutshell. Okay. And that's why I follow your guides and don't wing it. I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay. So we have patch notes. No problem, Raven. Yo, much love, Noodle. So we have patch notes. Let's move me over. Let's move chat over. Let's make me bigger. I must be big. Let's update, edit, command, patch notes. Here's the PTR patch notes blog. And now, let's take a quick commercial break. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to run to the bathroom now, grab a snack now, so we're not interrupted later. Run the ads so you don't miss out on any analysis. I'm sorry, I'm just as bad as television. I'll be right back. All right, what did I miss? What did I miss? A lot of good stuff. All right. Let's see. I'm also eating lunch because I started getting very cold and I realized I didn't eat lunch. Okay. We knew this. We knew this. New affixes. Resource per second. So people can be like a necromancer. Resource on kill. Life per hit. Lucky hit apply vulnerable in basic skill ranks. Huh. Where would basic skill ranks go? On gloves? I'm interested where those will go. Legendary items dropped. We knew this. Gems are simpler. I don't really know how I feel about this, honestly. Salvage crafting rewards have all been tuned. Significantly reduced item drop rates. Yes. Item rerolling now caps. Sick. Material removal and consolidation. We knew that. Forgotten souls can now be obtained from whispers and are now a global rare drop from elites. Fucking sick. This is interesting. We knew about tempering. A lot of people were confused by this, but yes, obviously. Here, I need music. This is what I watch. Thank you for the likes over on YouTube. I appreciate you. Can have 2. Ancestral items can have 2. So it sounds like sacred can have 1. Maybe? Would I ever temper a sacred piece of gear? Can normal items have any? I do not believe so. But I'm not sure. I don't believe so. Yeah, we'll get to untimely death. On at temper 1 early if you're used to upgrade. I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah, Don't Google says the same thing. You're not wrong. Like, why not? See, I misunderstood greater affixes to start because I didn't hear this. I do think that rare items should be able to roll greater affixes. Rare items aren't useless. They are transitional pieces. Meaning that they actually exist inside of the item progression as opposed to just being equivalent to legendary items, which I think is ultimately a good thing. Again, I like to have like structure. I like to be able to do cool stuff with things, but I also like having structure for the progression part. Excuse me. But rare items should be able to have greater affixes because it just allows you to get to a 4 out of 5 item in case you didn't find it on a legendary. That's probably like one of my issues here. Okay. We knew about masterworking. So here, people were asking before, like, masterworking clearly has normal resource costs. So these are from the pit, and then you have regular iron and veiled crystals. So there is a crafting cost here. It's not just the materials from the pit. Codex of Power. YouTube asks, why shouldn't rares be as good as legendary? It was that way in Diablo 2 and it worked perfect. We're talking about two very different games with two very different item systems. And it's like a false equivalency. That question doesn't really like bear fruit in this conversation because we're talking about two different games. Also, there was no such thing as legendary items in Diablo 2. So like the comparison point also doesn't exist in the same way that it does here. But in this game, why shouldn't rares just be equivalent to legendaries? It's because there was no item progression. Rares were just legendaries you hadn't put aspects on yet. They weren't really rares. Like, they didn't actually exist in that way. Their only thing was they didn't come with an aspect on them. We haven't gotten down to class specific yet. Changes to Helltide here are very, very good. Basically, you have a threat meter, which incentivizes you to be picking up chests as you go, as opposed to just getting like all the cinders that are required and then going and opening up 4 chests. I'm curious to see how fast you work up threat without opening up chests. Then we get the Blood Seekers. They're calling them Hellborn now, but we get Blood Seekers. Very cool. We now get the season 2 like zone event, which is also very cool. Fight the Blood Maiden. We get the pit. We already know about the pit. There are actually some very cool things to note about the pit. Right here, I think this is an incredibly smart move. Why is chat in the top right? Because I didn't want it to cover over this side. I didn't want it to cover over here, and it's slightly bigger than that. Threat doesn't increase. No, like monsters aren't stronger because your threat is higher. You just get more events based off of how much threat you have, and then it culminates with the Hellborn being spawned. Excuse me. This is very, very good here. So the idea is that you can go into the pit with a group. The person who opens the pit will get the majority of the materials. And not only that, but only the player who opened the pit will get the materials to spawn the tormented Uber bosses, which we're just going to call tormented bosses. But what this means is that, unlike So it's similar to like the Duriel thing, where at the very least, you're not getting 4 times the boss summoning materials from doing the pit, which is cool. So that, like, you can't just like get into a group and vastly outperform a single player experience, and I like that. I also like that you level up through the tiers faster if your build is overperforming what your current tier is, which is very cool. What are we munching on? That was a buffalo chick-un patty with some cheddar cheese on it on Hawaiian roll. So very good. Loving Uber Lilith here. I wish we could see her face. Like, I wish her face wasn't like weirdly marked up like this. I always felt like Andariel's face was like very, very iconic. I like how they put this here again when it shouldn't need to be said, but I guess it is. Sure. I still don't think that that's what this means. I think this needs an additional clarifier. I'm positive you get 1 resplendent spark per boss. Because getting 1 at all is nothing. Getting 1 at all is absolutely nothing. What you get for the PTR itself, I've already read through this. Basically, they made it good. Is what it comes down to. How to install the PTR, class updates, and full patch notes. Here's what we're here for, boys. That's with an I. Yes, her face. Yes, her face. I get it. They made a very femme-shaped demon that also has breasts. But I personally think that like Andariel's head, like her like literal face, is like incredibly iconic. Like the huge like Marge Simpson hair. Hello? Like this, I get it. Ha 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 ha. Breasts. But like this is like wildly iconic to me. Like, look at this picture. That's so cool. What up, llama? But like even here. Oh. But you can see it. I wish he wasn't like, didn't have like the blinders on. There's no point in having 6 tormented bosses. Well, there are. They each still have their own loot table. So like you get to farm them, like once you get to a high enough level, you actually get to like farm them more efficiently because they have the same loot table but drop more items. Yo, what's going on, Crosby? I'm doing well. How are you? Any Klon Edicts buffs? Yes, and we will get to it, but we're gonna go in order. Tyrael's Might. We already saw Tyrael's Might. New unique boots. Yen's Blessing. Casting a skill has a 30% chance to cast a non-mobility, non-ultimate skill. I guess I should start making my chart, right? I should make my chart. All right, everybody, we're making the chart. Welcome to the chart. Everybody loves the chart. Everybody, welcome to the chart. Welcome to the chart, everybody. We're on season 4 changes. We're on season 4 changes. The builds that currently exist until I see otherwise are Bone Spear, Bone Spirit, Hybrid, Infinimus, Sever, Blight, Bloodlance, Blood Surge, Pure Minions, Shadow Surfer, Corpse Explosion. We'll have to redo tier lists. But I'm going to start up a chart. We have Yen's Blessing, which are interesting boots. Here, I'm just going to move this here. Which are very interesting boots. And let's think about what skills go on cooldown for the Necromancer that are non-mobility, non-ultimate skill. And my major issue is that I think Blood Mist will become a mobility skill, because you'll see some things further on. So what skills does the Necromancer have that actually go on cooldown that matter? Blood Mist goes on cooldown. Corpse Tendrils goes on cooldown. Bone Spirit goes on cooldown. Bone Prison goes on cooldown. Golem Activation goes on cooldown. Am I going to play Heroes of Might and Magic 3? I was playing Heroes of Might and Magic 3, yes. I think Blood Mist will become a mobility skill. Are these patch notes? They are. Yep. You need to go to this URL. Here, I'll put it. Hold on. I'll put it here. Hey, people on YouTube, you gotta help me out here. If anybody asks for the patch notes and I miss it, tell them that it is in the description. Also, we have 150 people watching. That's fucking insane. We have 51 likes on the stream. If you could click the like button, I would really, really appreciate it. It helps the algorithm to know that, like, they should be looking here. Patch notes? Okay, hold on. Remove command patch. Okay. So Yen's Blessing will cast a skill that is on cooldown. Oh man. So here's a thing that you can do with Yen's Blessing. Here's a thing you can do with Yen's Blessing. So you can do Void, Bone Prison spawns Blight. Wait. Bone Prison here. Not run cooldown reduction. Spam Blight. Spam free Bone Prisons that drop a stronger Blight. That's an interesting thing that you can do with this. You can also obviously cast Bone Spirits for free. The issue being that it'll keep eating up your resource. Oh, right, it only happens once every 12 seconds. I'm gonna chalk up. I'm gonna put it here. Yen's Blessing. Interesting combo with Plunging Darkness and Bone Prison for a Blight build. Maybe has some use case on Summoner to trigger Golem activation more often, but how does it target? That's what I got for that. Frosty Strides. When you are below life, evade freezes close enemies for cold damage and applies vulnerable. Frosty Strides is interesting on a low life build. Because if you have max evade charges and then you're on a low life build and you just spam evade 4 times through a target, can you like stack a bunch of stagger very quickly? Can you actually scale the cold damage? Is there any build that kind of actually wants to do this? Maybe. Patch note name. Ideas. I'm gonna call this my ideas sheet. Just like give an idea of like what I'm kind of thinking about. Yen's Blessing. This Frosty Strides. Cool on a low life build that wants to scale and AoE cold damage with max evade charges or fast attack speed and attacks reduce evade, or vuln application, quick stagger, as well as quick unstoppable or exploiters. Okay. I would not be surprised if like this like damage scale low life build comes out of this thing. Concussive strikes. Damaging an enemy has a chance to daze them. You deal increased damage to dazed. Concussive strikes. I guess I should put this like unique aspect. Nothing seemingly valuable currently, unless it staggers at a high rate. 4. Is it lucky hit chance? 4. Hey, lucky hit builds, which gain a 1.2 multiplier, but that's lower than alternatives currently. Currently available. I can start getting rid of some of these tabs. I don't care about any of these other classes. Necromancer, new unique item, Ebon Piercer, a unique amulet. Blight also shoots 4 smaller projectiles that pierce enemies and deal shadow damage over 3 seconds. Now, there's a lot of questions about this. You are not happy? I'm sorry, Gun. What are you not happy about? Blight also shoots 4 smaller projectiles that pierce enemies and deal shadow damage over 3 seconds. Now, here's the interesting part. Is this now applying as a shadow damage effect on the target, or is this an AoE dot? I think it applies shadow damage to the target. Blight also shoots 4 smaller projectiles that pierce enemies and deal shadow damage over time. So a separate tick from the AoE dot. We'll obviously have to see it in game, but I'm really curious as to like how strong can this be to lose out on a 33% increase in damage. Because Blight already does area of effect damage, already hits multiple targets and then applies damage over time to them. Already can stack multiple times. This will increase your chances of lucky hitting, which is always good. What could the stats on this amulet be to be better than movement speed, cooldown reduction, gloom, and then blighted getting a 50% damage multiplier? The issue with additional procs for X, at least on Blight itself, an actual Blight build is a damage over time build. It actually doesn't care about X-Falls. This becomes very good for Infinimist, which is an X-Falls proccing build. It's clearly very powerful. I'm wondering how powerful it is to lose out on a 50% multiplier of Blighted. Like, the amulet has to have movement speed, no question. It has to. So you're only getting 2 more stats on it. Oh no, it's a unique, so there's 4 stats in total. Like, typically on a Blight build, you want cooldown reduction, lucky hit chance, movement speed, and ranks to gloom. Sometimes ranks to corpses. Once you have Starless Skies, you don't need essence cost reduction, but you very often want that as well. So the damage over time from these projectiles has to be kind of fucking insane. A lot of potential for Infinimist. Seems redundant and potentially bad on light build. And only has 4 stats, which needs to outperform a 5 stat legendary amulet with blighted, gaining 50% damage bonus. Obviously, Ebon, Piercer, Infinimist, Shadow Minions, Shadow Surfer, Corpse Explosion, maybe? Brewer's Embrace, unique gloves. Now this is going to be like challenging. Blood Surge consumes corpses to cause mini-novas, dealing damage. Damage is increased by 10% per target drained by the initial cast. It's also increased by 20% for each corpse consumed. Man. Ooh. What is this supposed to do? What does this do? This is a unique item. This isn't an aspect. This is a unique item. What is this? What is this supposed to do? Yeah, Geeky D. That's part of the itemization changes. But what's the point of covering the screen in Novas? Blood Surge's best damage source is AoE damage. Bone Zone Schwinn, thank you for the follows. We don't know how much damage the Mini Novas hit for. The Mini Nova's damage is increased by a 1.5 multiplier, and then seemingly up to a 400% multiplier. Avisikar, you're missing a part of the puzzle. Please do enlighten me. Yes, minion necros look very good. Tempering bonuses on gear. I'm missing that part of the puzzle. I don't know if I agree with you, friend. That doesn't answer the question, what is this supposed to do? Blood Surge's best use case is AoE damage. This gives it more AoE damage. It does not increase the effectiveness of its single target's damage. You also then can't cast Corpse Explosion because it consumes the corpses. But it allows you to run the corpse consumption package without having to have Corpse Explosion on your bar. So I'm giving up an aspect slot to have a skill slot. Presumably the skill slot is so that I can run minions to actually generate enough corpses where this is viable. There's so many pieces to the puzzle, but I don't know what it's seeking to accomplish.
I'm late. Sorry, there was traffic on the 5.
What up, Kaz? Thank you very much for the 9 months. Yeah, it's to make Surge be Corpse Explosion? I guess it overpowers. But you know how hard it will be to like link up when you overpower plus when there are corpses around? Ruor's Embrace. Need to see this in game. Crew Wars. Embrace unique. So there's room here for some non-corpse explosion minions hybrid blood surge build to actually make enough corpses for this to matter. The major issue being that minions don't scale with overpower. So they're regulated back to utility after getting massive buffs to be relevant damage-wise. This gives you the corpse consumption package without running corpse explosion, although you can already accomplish that with minions on bar or Ozia scale. This seems to double down on making Blood Surge do AoE damage, which is already its biggest strength. Anacake, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, hello. We're obviously going over the patch notes. If you've never been to one of my streams before, stay a while, listen. You can watch here, you can watch on YouTube. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Max Roll, and as you can tell in the patch notes, I've made it down to the unique items for Necromancer, because this is how much I think about every one of these changes. So if you're looking for a wildly, deeply analytical approach to what these patch notes are, welcome to it. Patch looks good, Season 4 looks good, excited to test it in the PTR. My choice of background music has you falling asleep. The Hades soundtrack, which is a heavy metal musical soundtrack. Heavy metal musical soundtrack puts you to sleep? That's a new one for me, boss, but enjoy your nap. Macro's good content. I appreciate that. Gangster, thank you for the follow. Anacake, thank you again for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. If you haven't gone and checked out Anacake, please go do so. Shoutouts to Anna. You might have seen us together commenting the gauntlet reveal on the live stream. That was us. I think we did a pretty good job. But thank you very much, friend. I hope you have a great night. Okay. Unless the stats on this thing are insane and the damage, like the flat damage value is insane, and it ends up just being like a direct scalar of Blood Surge's single target damage somehow, I don't know what the purpose of them are. We will have to see it in game. I'm going to be saying that a lot. We're going to have to see it in game. Is minion scaled on flat damage? If so, won't that scale now with weapon DPS? Those words together don't necessarily... Those words don't really go together. So whenever we say flat damage, what we mean is a source of damage which is not determined from another source. Technically speaking, there's effectively no such thing as flat damage anymore in the game, since all of the flat damage effects on uniques and aspects now scale off of your weapon damage. So for all intents and purposes, there's no such thing as flat damage anymore. Before Season 4 goes into effect, Death Speaker's Amulet was an example of flat damage. It had an amount of damage that the effect dealt. Minions have always scaled off of your weapon damage forever. They've never been flat damage, and they still aren't flat damage. Let me know if that answers your question. Aphotic aspect. Skeletal priests now empower your skeletal warriors to deal shadow damage and have a chance to stun enemies. Aphotic aspect. Aphotic aspect. Aphotic aspect. I wish they would tell us what type of aspects these are. It seems like a utility aspect or an offensive aspect. If it's an offensive aspect, we're fucked. You will get 1 off your first kill of any Tormented Echo. So you can get 1. Oh, this was my idea. Well, I'm glad they listened. So they've clarified you can get 1 by killing any one of the Tormented Echoes once. There are other ways of also getting Resplendent Sparks that aren't salvaging Ubers. One of which being your first Echo of Lilith kill. So in the live stream, we saw that aphotic was a utility. I just hope that that stays like that. They have previously told us that aspects were offensive aspects that were actually resource aspects, which is pretty buck wild. Okay. Sure. Aphotic aspect. Obviously great for shadow minions. Also allows you to run the blighted package without needing to use darkness skills if you want to, like season 3 with Dusk Stone on Seneschal, which does have some use cases, so that's obviously cool. It's a utility aspect. Where do you fit in a utility aspect? We gain one aspect slot because they combined Occult and Blood Getters. Where do you fit another? You already had 2, but you wish that you could have a mobility aspect. Aphotic aspect. Some cool utility. Here, I'll just take this. Okay. Okay. Balance updates. All right, this is where Garm gets upset. Do minion stuns count for the CD reset curse? I'm not sure what that question means, Ilyu-sama. Minion stunning doesn't apply lucky hit chance. Yo, B. T with the raid, dude. We're getting raided by everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome in everybody from BT Stream. Sunny, love to see you, boo-boo. Running away so you can do taxes. Yo, I need to do taxes, unironically. Enjoy doing taxes, boo-boo. Banished Lord's Talisman. Critical strike, overpower damage reduced from 120 to 60. Resources needed reduced by 25. There's also an interesting thing later on, which is changes to Bone Spirit. How do I feel about Banished Lord's Talisman? I do think it needed to be nerfed. Having a 2.2 multiplier on an amulet was insane. Having a 1.6 multiplier on an amulet. I think this is just necromancers getting nerfed because of barbarians. Now it is actually a question of whether or not you use this on your blood build. The issue being that it drops off of Duriel. But the major thing here is like, okay, so Banished Lord's Talisman becomes okay, so let's think about it a little bit more. Let's think about it a little bit more. Let's think a little bit deeper here. Okay. An interesting thing here is that a perfectly rolled Banished Lord's Talisman is an easy avenue to power on a build. Because it comes along with crit chance, it comes along with core skill ranks, resource gen is very good, and it gives you access to a new multiplier and makes you overpower more often. So it's an easy avenue to power. Easy avenue to power, and it becomes a transitional piece where you use your Banished Lord's Talisman until you have a legendary amulet to replace it with. That's not terrible. That's not inherently terrible. And I also wouldn't be upset if a lot of uniques became transitionary pieces as opposed to best in slot endgame pieces. Because I think it's much more interesting when unique items are not always the best in slot option. Here's the problem though. There's no way Banished Lord's Talisman on the Necromancer competes with a legendary amulet. There's just no way, right? So my problem is, I would be fine if it was a transitional piece of gear. But I'm not farming Duriel for my transitional pieces of gear. And you can say Duriel can be killed very early, sure. How many Banished Lord's Talismans do you have to drop before you get a perfect rolled one for it to be good enough to be a transitionary piece of gear? Which is like my issue with it. But that's just it. You don't use a min-rolled Banished Lord's Talisman. I don't think you get a 60% roll on a Banished Lord's Talisman off your first 50 Duriels. I think that Banished Lord's Talisman has to be removed from Duriel's loot table. This is no longer on par with Uber Uniques. I know it still drops from world drop, but you have to look at like exactly, chances low. You have to look at like everything, right? Farming Duriel was cool because you knew that you were working on getting a perfect Banished Lord's Talisman, which is used as a best in slot on a lot of different builds. And I think it's getting overly nerfed because barbarians exist. Banished Lord's Talisman. The nerf to this to curb barb damage is nearly a slap in the face of all other classes, to be honest. It now fulfills a transitional period piece of gear with some minor abuse case for Bone Spirit, but we already also got Blood Boil. And you need a perfect roll for it to be worth using as a transitional piece of gear. Idea, Banished Lords, Talisman, unique. The nerf could have only been 20 to 40% damage reduction, and Barb's arsenal system needs to be nerfed. Not every other overpower build every single time. I think this is pretty trash. Absolutely needs to leave Duriel loot table. This isn't good enough to farm for while waiting on Ubers to drop. So right now, what we're doing right now, and what we're going to test in the PTR, it is hyper important to realize that this is the biggest point where we get to impact what the end result looks like. And this is like, we need to capture everything right now to test it to see if it's true, to then give feedback. Tybalt's, I'm actually fine with Tybalt's. I think Tybalt's nerf is completely warranted. Nerf completely warranted. Still too powerful for pants, but at least it isn't an auto include. I think the Tybalt's nerf completely warranted. I also like that it gives you unstoppable for an additional second. I think that's very valid. Oh, we're playing minions this season. Bruce Boy, thank you for the follow. You would do a... Here's the thing, though. Like, Tybalt's is auto-included because a 1.4 multiplier is stronger than any plus ranks you could get on pants. Now, with a 20% increase, it's... Do I want to have 4 ranks to a skill? Or the 20% and... the 20% and the resource management. If I don't need the resource management, then the skill ranks are going to be better. So I think this is very good. Also, hey, this was my change. I'm absolutely going to lay claim to this. I did a whole write-up during my testing where I brought this. I was like, hey, this needs to change. I'm going to claim this. I'm not the only person who's ever thought this, but I am claiming this. Disobedience. Armor stacks no longer fall off independently. They now refresh or reset at the same time. And they increased how much armor you get. So now Juggernaut is like not auto include best in slot. Oh, this isn't an increase. Oh. 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 Why? Disobedience needed a nerf? Does Juggernaut get a nerf? No? What the fuck are we doing? But why did it get nerfed? Why? Disobedience aspect. Great change for 1 stack of a buff rather than 1,000. Why did this get nerfed? Unless you want to use Flicker Step, I'd always use Juggernaut now. No question. Why? Why nerf this? This is a nerf to Shadow Surfer? Weird nerf to armor slash survivability. But change to stacks will mean more consistent DR with lower total DR possible. Dipsy, thank you for the follow as well. Huh. Assimilation, I like what they did with the dodge things here, considering these were never used but now actually have a use. Do you use this on stuff? On the Necro? Yeah, I know you can dodge your own Blood Orb. It's good, Matthias, but we're getting down there. How dare Disobedience be a fair armor aspect? It's not, though. Unless you're literally, unless you're using Flicker Step, you will always use Juggernaut now. It's not even vaguely close. Depending on how much armor you can actually stack. Assimilation aspect. Cool that there's a fortify option for non-corpse / blood builds. Not sure that it sees use on Necro. Even with the dodge stacking. Because how much dodge can you get up to? 32%? Well, we don't even know. Well, why didn't you show me all of the new ranges for the stats? God, fuck. Like, is dodge on boots anymore? Is dodge on pants anymore? If dodge is on boots and dodge is on pants, and we assume that there's a dodge temper, and I masterwork with greater affixes, $30, $40, 56% chance to dodge? 60% chance to dodge? Realistically getting up to 60% chance to dodge on a Necro if you use both of these? I'm assuming you'll realistically hit 60% dodge chance at max with master working on greater affixes if it stays on boots and pants with both dodge aspects. And then, like, is dodging to fortify anything? Kind of. Dodging to overheal is a thing. The issue being that dodging to overheal for, like, untimely death and temerity? Temerity doesn't have dodge chance. I don't know, man. I'm not knocking them for it. I'm trying to figure out how valuable it is. I don't think that these are bad. Assimilation literally never got used. Crowded Sage literally never got used. Now they have a niche use. I like that. I think it's good. I'm trying to figure out how do you use it on the Necromancer. I don't see an immediate use case, so I am going to move on. Retribution, chance to stun, increased. Now deals damage to stunned and knocked down enemies. Retribution effect. Cool buff. Not useful for Necros. Inner Calm. Inner Calm is now very interesting. Except it's not. Like, it's strictly a nerf for its best use case, and now makes it slightly less bad to have it on gear if you're not doing your best use case. No, there's absolutely a cap. It's 3 seconds, you get 30% instead of 10%. There's no way it continues to stack. No, it's 30% damage bonus. It's you deal 10% bonus, you triple that bonus after standing still for 3 seconds. It does not say it continues to triple. I think this is strictly a nerf. Nerf for its only use case, which is a bossing setup for max damage and one-shot potential. And technically Bone Spirit has been nerfed because of this. Strict nerf for boss one-shot potential. That's it. Okay. Moving on. Crowded Sage, same idea here. Crowded Sage aspect. Cooler for Necro, who likes to overheal. Needle Flare. I think this is insane. Needle Flare is insane now, right? Yeah, so basically what this needs to say is that Needle Flare procs on Thorn's damage of your minions, whereas previously it didn't. Can Necro use Razor Plate? That's a great question. Now here's my major issue for Razor Plate. Now that I think about it, Razor Plate needs more affixes now. Razor Plate can't just be a pile of thorns in today's age. Masterworking will add more thorns, yes, but you can't. Uniques are now unique because they have 4 stats to start, but you can't temper. No, you can't temper uniques. You can't temper on affixes to uniques. Uniques just have the 4 affixes that they do, and that's it. Spyro Thunder, Dystorpia, thank you for the follows. Razor Plate can't exist in the way that it currently does. Yes, if you masterwork Razor Plate, you will just always hit the thorns. Yes, you will get up to a ridiculous amount of thorns. They have made damage reduction a harder stat to come by. They have nerfed armor. They have reduced how many affixes you can have on gear. Razor Plate can't just say thorns anymore. This is not technically, no, this isn't the, no. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, Razor Plate doesn't have stats, it just has a unique aspect. That is what you were saying. Oh, dicks. Oh, shit. Razor Plate is trash. Sorry, I immediately had to go give that feedback. So here's the issue. If Thorns is still a roll on gear, if Thorns is still a roll on armor, and you greater affix this and then crit it 3 times, you get to have a legendary piece of gear with an aspect on it with 4 other stats. Razor Plate is valueless. Razor Plate has no purpose. Should complain about the unique nerfs? Which ones? I think it's perfectly reasonable for them to say that there are unique items whose stats are good and whose powers were too strong. I'm not sure that there's an accord here that says that unique items shouldn't get nerfed. Mufasa, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Macro Bioboy. We're going over the Diablo 4 PTR patch notes. This is presumably what we're going to be testing in the PTR to get it, you know, into its final form for Season 4. The changes are wild. I've made it down to Needle Flare. I haven't even made it to the Necromancer specific changes. And we're currently losing our minds over the fact that Razor Plate is literally a dead item at this point. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. If you're brand new here, stay a while and listen. Follow. I'm also streaming on YouTube if you prefer to watch there. YouTube.com/macrobioboy as well. You can watch wherever you want. Wow, Razor Plate is trash. Wow, holy shit. Okay. Alright. I won't say anything, but I'm going to stop freaking out about Razor Plate. Alright, moving on. Needle Flare. Needle Flare, Needle Flare, Needle Flare. Goated, best in slot aspect. Needle Flare is just insane now. There are so many monsters with AoE damage effects, which will now all trigger AoE thorns from your pile of minions. It's like actually crazy. It's like actually bananas. Throw this on a two-hander? Throw it on a two-hander? Can we talk about this? Can we talk about Needle Flare? How many people used Razor Plate? A ton of different builds used Razor Plate. There was a whole Thorns Barb build that used Razor Plate and just like auto-cleared tier 100 content by running past it. People absolutely use Razor Plate. But you had to solve the puzzle of having defensive stats on the rest of your gear to make it good enough. But now it doesn't compete. But like I said, I'm not going to say anything. But I'm going to stop freaking out about Razor Plate. Needle Flare is insane. Needle Flare aspect. Welcome to Thorns Summer. Necro edition. This is actually insane. Time for Thorns Minion Summer, honestly. Like, it's absolutely nutty bananas. That's wild. Okay. Have companions now have 100% of the player attributes. We already knew this. But stats. Finally, competitive damage application sources. 100% stats for minions. Minions can now properly scale damage multipliers and critical strike chance. Actually, competent damage application source. The only remaining issue is their complete lack of scaling from overpower. So blood builds can't realistically realistically use them outside of utility. Skill tags have been added everywhere. Mobility tag is added to some stuff. I think this will be added to Blood Mist, which we'll see in a little bit. Core skills with Bone Spirit. And I also assume that basically every aspect has either been updated or buffed in some way. It's We're seeing these ones, but like, I assume a lot have been touched slightly. These are just like the core ones that they wanted to call out. Bone Spirit is a core skill. Bone Spirit is a core skill. So Bone Spirit just gained Imperfectly Balanced with no downside, so strictly good. They gained Banished Lord's Talisman as a scalar. Mother's Embrace. Oh, dicks. Mother's Embrace? Starless Skies always worked for it. It just has, like, the additive. Sure. Not wrong there. But Mother's Embrace? Huh. Are we shorting included crit damage? What? I'm sorry, David. What's the question? Is minion builds good now? I believe so, yeah. Is the question, do Necromancer minions get 100% of your crit damage? Yes. Right, the issue with Bone Spirit is it doesn't actually cost essence. It depletes your essence on cast. If it doesn't work with Mother's Embrace, though, that sucks shit. Yes, they inherit crit, absolutely. There's no question they absolutely inherit crit. They inherit 100% of all of your character stats that are relevant to them. We already know that they inherit your crit chance currently. When I get to the Inspiring Leader, I have seen it. That does not change my opinion. My only thought there is that it either double dips or in unique circumstances where stats are given to you and your minions, it reads the higher of the two with special logic, which is something that we'll have to test. But I can tell you right now, they currently gain 30% of your critical strike chance. 100% fact, no question. And they absolutely will gain 100% of your crit chance. There's no reason to believe that they would not. Does Mother's... So here's the thing. Bone Spirit very uniquely doesn't work with essence cost reduction. But that could be a special logic applied to that stat for the skill, which doesn't stop it from interacting with the effect of Mother's Embrace. Oh, every single Necromancer guide is being updated for sure. Now, that being said, Mother's Embrace would never be used in endgame build because you already solve for the essence. Like, you're already at, every time you cast Bone Spirit, you're at 100% essence. But this makes it significantly better for leveling. Thoughts? Bone Spirit is a core skill. Gives more free scaling from the normal build path. Most notably from Imperfectly Balanced, which is a free 15% multiplier with no downside, since Bone Spirit doesn't cost essence, technically speaking. What is interesting is the potential with Mother's Embrace and whether you regain 50% of your spent essence. Depends on the coding. Cool use with Banished Lords, except Banished Lords is not best in slot or Bone Spirit. But every other Bone Spirit overpowering isn't nothing. Is there anything else that you need to think about when you think about Bone Spirit being a core skill? Less dead stats on gear. Acceleration. You do gain attack speed. The thing with Bone Spirit is you don't really need attack speed in that way. You basically cast it like once every second. Oh. Cadaverous? So the big issue with Cadaverous is that you cast so many core skills per second that just getting a 1.5 multiplier on it doesn't really matter. Black Razor, it goes May 14th. But it does turn out that if I Black River one time, Bone Spirit one time for a 1.5 multiplier on Bone Spirit, that's pretty strong. Ooh. Test out Cadaverous. Major issue here is how fast you cast core skills normally, but Bone Spirit is once every 1 to 2 seconds, and that's enough time for Pipe Bomb Necro to eat 5 corpses from Black River, plus Sacrilegious to gain the 1.5 multi. Very cool spender option for a minion corpse explosion build. Cadaverous. Expectant is also there. It's not particularly good, but for leveling, it's pretty decent. And Expectant for leveling. And Expectant for leveling. Although I don't think you can really fit it in there. Blame Allies, thank you very much for the follow. What about Cadaverous with Blood Surge gloves? The major issue is that Blood Surge builds already have very strong aspects to fit onto the build and already can't fit them all. So now with unique gloves eating them up even further, you can fit even less offensive aspects. But like every other Blood Surge getting a 1.5 multiplier isn't nothing, for sure. Summoner Necro is the highlight of Season 4, maybe thanks to me. I would say thanks to the Diablo 4 community in general. Like, I think minion changes are one of the things that we've been the most relentless on, and I'm glad they put as much effort into it as they can. Bone Spirit. Bone Spirit core skill. Ooh, the hybrid also gets significantly better. Huh. Tons of interactions in the ideas list, but most notable here is that the hybrid becomes significantly stronger by dipping into the bonuses you needed for Bone Spear to be relevant on Spirit as well. Dude, the hybrid for leveling is going to be very good. Shattered Spirit damage goes off of Bone Splinters damage. Was the hybrid the Fishy build? No, the Fishy Mancer is Corpse Explosion minions. Spirit hybrid is Bone Spear and Bone Spirit together. Very good for like all the way up until the late end game progression. There's a lot that this impacts, which is very cool. Nobody cares about the Barbarian. Nobody cares about the Druid. I assume it's all great. Necro. All right. Let's get to Necro. Why is it called Fishy? The original creator of the build's name was Nightfish. Where's the patch notes you can see? It's in the description. Necromancer changes. Enhanced Blight. Tooltip now shows it. Cool. Blood Mist. Removed the speed reduction. Now, like, hey, everybody. Sneak peek. I've already read all of this. I know it's coming up, but I want to handle it in order for people who have not read it all. Blood Mist. Removed speed reduction. Blood Mist used to say that your speed was reduced by 20%. Now it doesn't. Fucking sick. Blood Mist buff. Blood Mist is probably a mobility skill now, right? It probably still isn't because it's the aspect that gives it mobility, not the skill itself. Okay. 20% faster. Seems good. Especially with Ghost Walker not getting seemingly nerfed without blood soaked in the past. Blood Mist buff. Blood Mist buff. Blood Mist skill buff. No longer a death trap to go into Blood Mist without blood soaked in a pack of dangerous enemies. And a straight buff to Ghost Walker interaction for a full 25% mobility during and after the skill's use. Great. Infinimus got even faster. We love to see that. Don't know why it took until season 4 to give love to minions. They have been progressively giving love to minions the entire time. I think it's a bit disingenuous to ignore how many times minions have been buffed. The issue being that I believe that a core foundational problem with them was their lack of scaling. And they were trying to continue to twist knobs. They've buffed them every single balance patch, except for the original nerf to them. Now they were willing and saw the value in unlocking them and saying, hey, what happens? That's what we're seeing now. We needed mechanical changes. Yeah, we need foundational changes. Okay, Blood Mist Golem. This ability can now be activated while crowd controlled. Activating this ability makes the player unstoppable. Fucking insane. Golem unstoppable. And this actually has use in a lot of different places. I'm just gonna say it has a use case everywhere. Do you think non-summoner builds will use minions too? I think that minions will now basically have a utility function in a lot of builds. We do have to remember that like sacrificing minions still comes along with a lot of power. So there are plenty of builds that won't gain as much as the sacrifices, and that's perfectly fine. The issue is that no builds gained as much from running them as they did from the sacrifices. And now many builds have to ask the question, which one do I get more from? Necro leveling was already wildly good. It is, I don't think any build will even come close to Necro leveling. I don't think anything will even remotely appear to be as good as Necro leveling. If my PS5 account is linked to my BNet, can you join the PTR? You have to play through BattleNet on PC to play the PTR. Like Necromancer, like nothing's even gonna vaguely come close to Necromancer leveling. It's gonna be fucking crazy. Like people who are reading the other classes, because obviously I'm not, you know, like I have a core competency here. Is anything else that the other class is getting anywhere near as impactful as like the absolutely insane changes to minions for Necros for the purposes of utility? Leveling on Blood Surge Necro was S+++ tier. PTR comes up on the 2nd of April, 4-2. Notes for Golem Unstoppable. Actual replacement for Blood Mist with very interesting options for Corpse Gen. Bone Storm application. Haunt. Extra single target damage. Etc. Use case with Tybalt comes to mind. Oh, okay, so how about this? You run Golem, you run those boots, you run Yen's Blessing. You then use Golem Unstoppable, you trigger Tybalt's, you then re-trigger Golem, you trigger Tybalt's. I don't think that's real, but it is a thing. Very interesting. Okay, we gotta talk about Decompose. We also need to talk about the fact that Reap is now weird. Dazag, thank you very much for the follow. Best class for a new solo player? I think Necromancer by far. The skill Reap is now, like, wildly underpowered in comparison to Decompose. Like, it's still, like, Hemorrhage still has very good use cases. Bone Splinter still has very good use cases. Decompose is now a skill that literally does damage. Reap makes a corpse once every 4 seconds. Okay. It's not available for pre-download. So Dark, I don't have this officially. They are never going to make it so that Blighted Corpse Explosion's area is increased by Black River. The issue is that the tooltip doesn't show that. I can't say that officially. It's not that it's broken. It will never happen. It sucks, and I wish they would change the tooltip. Sorry, I'm... Sorry. I read these patch notes prior to this breakdown. Prior to this, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I couldn't say for sure. Who does and does not know? Who knows? I don't know. Black River useless on a dot build then? No, it increases the damage of Blighted Corpse Explosion. It just doesn't increase the radius. That is correct, Tokoki. You know if Hydras are considered Sorcerer companions? They called it out specifically above. So I believe the answer is yes. They called out Sorcerer pets. I don't know how Sorceresses work though. Can I finish a thought? Maybe. I'm probably going to keep talking about Decompose, but I wanted to talk about the other thing I did for a hot second, and then I apologize for taking time to send in feedback. But can I finish a thought? Maybe. I'll let you know the deep need in me to be spiteful makes me want to skip Decompose because I don't like being talked to like I'm a fucking child, but like, hey, you know? I'll probably talk about the things on the screen. It'd be weird if I stopped on Decompose. Interval increased to 1 second as opposed to 1.5. Can you complete a thought? Dude, my dad's in chat. That's wild though, because my dad doesn't talk to me like that. 1 second interval. We're getting close to usable here. Channeling generation 10. Double that with spamming. They don't talk about fixing the spam issue with it, right? No, they don't. Love you, bro. Hey, no problem. You want to find legendaries for everything? Yes, exactly. Super necessary sound. Sorry, thought you were playing Diablo. We're going over the Diablo 4 patch notes that are really important for everybody to take a look at. Bone Spirit these days, very good. Sweep your room and help your mother with the groceries. Bro, back when you were taking in groceries and you were like, I'm not about to do 2 trips. So you would load up all of your arms, walk in, and you'd have like cut off circulation because you wanted to feel real strong. Or was that just me living a toxic masculine life? Till I do it with my wife, I'm a man. Dude, look, I'm not making 2 trips. I'm not making 2 trips. Okay. Increase channeling to 10 per second. The interesting part is you double your essence gen if you spam. Upgrades now activate when spawning corpses instead of channeling for 1 second. Enhanced decompose. Now is 10% essence when creating a corpse, and decompose can explode when creating a corpse or when the target dies. Acolytes decompose. Decompose explosions make enemies vulnerable. Initiates decompose. Movement speed bonus is now on decompose explosions instead of channeling. Huh. Because they also changed the rotting aspect, right? What does rotting say? We need to look at rotting for this to make sense. So I'm sorry, somebody in chat said it works with spamming. It absolutely doesn't work with spamming. You have to channel. This doesn't work with spamming at all. You never generate a corpse when spamming. So you have to channel to make the corpse. The corpse is what triggers the explosion. The explosion does happen when the target dies. I think that there is a really good chance that while spamming, you could actually miss out on the explosion from the target dying from other damage. Spamming currently still has a much higher lucky hit chance proc rate and essence gen proc rate. It's obviously significantly better. No question there. Channeling is still trash. Do I think that minions are viable for Season 4? I think almost every single Necromancer build will be asking itself really hard questions to not run minions. Can channeled abilities get bonus projectiles? A channeled ability is not considered a projectile, but I'm not sure what the question is in reference to. Decompose rework. Let's just talk about it. Decompose rework. Now significantly better for leveling. Not sure that it sees any in-game use when spamming still generates more lucky hit procs and essence gain. and channeling. And all of the explosions only occur while channeling for 1 second intervals. What does rotting say again? So it lost corpse gen, but gained a 1.3 multiplier to the explosions? Ooh. That's a nerf, boss. Oh, that sucks shit. Really shot themselves in the foot with that change. The only reason why that thing makes sense is if there's like a decomposed tempering thing. It might have sounded aggressive, but it wasn't intended that way. All right, I appreciate the apology. Thank you, Crux. I appreciate that. It takes a lot to apologize in a moment, especially when you feel like that was not your intent. That's really big. I appreciate you. Decompose is just better for leveling. I don't think you use it on any endgame builds unless there's like wild tempering changes, like tempering options for it. Like generates double the corpses, meaning it doubles the explosions, which meaning chaining to 3 targets with double the explosions, getting 1.3 multipliers worth an aspect slot. Like there's a world where tempering saves this. Engine that is vastly more powerful than any of the currently available ones for leveling, which would be a huge boost. Nice. Thank you for that breakdown, Disposable. They basically nerfed that one hunter, but we'll get to it. We've looked at it a couple times, but they've just made it so that it's a 1.3 multiplier to explosion damage, as opposed to doubling your corpse gen. It does not mal on Twitch. No, attack speed doesn't work for channeling. The only thing that attack speed technically does is decrease the number of frames until you are channeling from the beginning of the animation. But even then, I wasn't able to actually prove that. Huge buff to decompose, significantly better for leveling. We don't know how long it makes them vulnerable. If this is like less than 4 seconds, it's insane. I love this. Movement speed bonus is now on decompose explosions instead of channeling, except that you must channel for 1 second. The only way that this is stronger is if the target happened to die in less than a second while channeling. Like, the monster has to die while you're channeling in less than 1 second for this to be stronger. So technically speaking, it is more often, but realistically, it just isn't. Like, if I could time out perfectly tagging monsters as I'm running by, sure. Sure? Okay. Army of the Dead. Increase spawn rate of volatile skeletons by 50%, meaning you get about 30 skeletons now as opposed to about 20. Supreme Army of the Dead spawn rate adjusted to match volatile skeletons, meaning that you respawn your minions faster. Categorized as a summoning skill. There has to be significant changes to a lot of stuff that we're not seeing. Yes, Tokoki, rares are no longer as strong as legendary items. That is the core concept of the change. Absolutely. Rare items are strictly a progression piece of gear and no longer a best in slot option in the endgame. Yeah, the only thing that I can think of is summoning skill damage, which I don't even believe will be a stat anymore. Like, what has this stat ever meant? No, there's no summoning skill damage stat in Paragon. Borderlands 4 has been confirmed to be in development now, so that's cool. That is really cool. So here's the thing. I loved Borderlands 2. I really didn't get into Borderlands 3, and I tried. Like, I really, really liked Borderlands 2. I never really played Borderlands 1. I tried to play Borderlands 3, and I just kind of didn't get into it. So I'm excited to see what they would change in Borderlands 4 to, like, recapture what I think was their ultimate experience, which was Borderlands 2. Minions don't proc X-Falls, they never did. Minions do not proc Lucky Hit. There's currently a bug in the game that says that minions attacks proc Decrepifies Abhorrent Decrepify Lucky Hit effect and stun, but that is a unique bug to Decrepify. There has to be things they're not listing. There has to be things that reference summoning skills. Because it can't just be summoning skill damage. It has to be tempering affixes. The buff to Army of the Dead is great. 10 more skeletal explosions, meaning 10 more chances for lucky hit. Your minions spawning faster, them getting a tag at all. That's one of the big things that, you know, I had touched on in my feedback all the time, was that this gets to be a blood or darkness skill. This gets to be a bone or darkness skill. This is nothing other than an ultimate. And there just must be things that we're not seeing yet. These can't be the full patch notes. No. Yeah, Daniel, that's something that we had covered on a stream a while ago. I meant to make a video about it, and I just ended up not doing it. Okay. Army of the Dead. I guess Blood Mist buff is kind of like across the board, right? It's like everybody can use it. Army of the Dead buff. Army of the Dead also has a corpse explosion build. Means roughly 10 more skelly explosions, well as faster army regen or summon builds. Seems good. Army of the Dead skill buff. What I'm interested to see is what the tag summoning skill gets for tempering. Gets for tempering. Gets for tempering options. Potential changes to death speakers, maybe. That's copium. And what is offered other than summoning skill damage on chests, which I assume was cut. Okay. I think it's fine that we get to discover the tempering. Like, so here's an interesting thing here, and you know, shuck it up to shilling and copium. I think that there's a realistic understanding that including every single tempering manual here would be 1, hyper overkill, 2, really difficult to understand without the context, but 3, I think sometimes it's okay that we as the player base get to discover the things organically. Like, it's really cool that we get to see these types of changes because these are things that are already in the game and we understand them within the context of the game. The tempering changes are something we've never experienced, and while obviously we're not stupid, a lot of people could conceptualize and translate what they mean into like closing in on realistic expectations for what their impact will be. I do think it's cool that we all get to walk into the PTR, go, here are our expectations, and now let's see what tempering has to offer and how masterworking like really impacts it, and organically play through and discover and share tidbits and, oh, did you find this one yet? Like, I personally would like to see all the tempering changes right now. But I don't think it's wrong for us to have to discover it. I think it kind of goes both ways. Does the change to Iron Golem Shockwave indicate that they have specific damage thresholds they want attacks to hit? I'm not sure how we can really intuit the answer to that, Philip, from the changes. I think they probably take a thing, because they've been testing this for months. Months and months and months. Since before BlizzCon, they've been testing this. They probably took it, went multiply it by 10 and see what happens, and then cut it down. That's how I think we get changes like Charge. Charge literally added a 0 to its damage. That says to me, whenever they go to buff something, they go, just to start, multiply it by 10 and see how it feels. As soon as the PTR is available, they will be data mined. Sure, but that's still the players discovering things, even if it is less organic and faster than just coming across them in game. But you get to choose whether or not you go and look up the data mine. You know what I mean? Still a bad system. These changes are going to create problems. Pessimistic approach to understanding this? Sure. I think it's perfectly fine that rare items have a point in progression now. And if they have a negative outcome, which is they feel impactless, that is also directly related to the fact that players continue to tell them that progression through world tiers needs to be faster, which I don't agree with. But getting the best gear will be way harder. I do think that you all are coming to a lot of conclusions that are not founded in a basis of reality, because we literally have not seen the new system in any way, shape, or form. The statement looking for perfect gear will now be harder because rare items no longer currently serve their function in the game as we understand, is requiring that the new system is dropping items in the same way that it used to, and that's strictly untrue. So we're basing a future problem's speculative reality on information of how the game currently works, knowing that the game will literally work differently. So that's not founded in reality. That's not founded in facts. Like, you have no idea how many items will drop. You have no idea what the rate of getting them in the end game looks like. We don't know what stats currently exist. We don't know how often rare items drop. Like, you know nothing, and this is not me being an asshole, but we know nothing, and we are coming to a conclusion based off of nothing. So I personally don't think that it is valuable speculation. It says the drop rate is reduced. Yes, absolutely. How many legendary items will now drop from a tier 100 Nightmare dungeon? How many items per minute do you now get? I think it's very fine to say, hey, based off what I've read, I think that there could be a problem, but we'll have to see, because I don't really know what the system looks like. Saying this will be a problem, this is a true statement, this is reality, is wild bananas. You know what I mean? Like, these are my best guesses. Like, my first point that I write here includes questions. The only thing that is a surefire, absolutely just goated, needle flare aspect, 100% stats for minions. That's kind of it. Right, Takoki. So Takoki's return point is today a full tier 100 gives me little chances of finding a decent rare or a legendary because, again, rares and legendaries were the exact same thing. Just some of them might have an aspect in case they didn't have stats that you want, right? Legendaries were only vaguely more valuable and that they could hit on a second front. Tomorrow I might have 2 to 5 legendaries that have an average chance of being better, right? That's kind of the idea. So JPrec, that currently happens. At least for magic and normal items. And my expectation is that it will happen for rares as well. Right now, if you would hit a normal or a magic item, you instead get materials. That's how the game currently works. So that's exactly the system as it is right now. We'll just have to see if they add rares to that once you're in World Tier 4. Or at like certain pit levels or whatever. Although they also already said that as pit level increases, how many legendary items you get increases, and how often the items are legendary or unique instead of rare increases. Okay, moving on from Army of the Dead. We are 3 hours in? Well, realistically, like 2 hours and 45 minutes in, and we have hit Inspiring Leader. So this was, I think, David, you were asking about this. What do I think this says? I think this says when you are healthy, your minions gain 30% crit chance. Oh, that's also another really good point, Chano, in that basically once you are in World Tier 4 at level 90 plus, every single item is 925 power. The only thing that I could see them doing, because there's this and then there's Hardened Bones, which now both say you gain stats and your minions gain stats. Here's the really interesting part. This could be in effect before they chose to change minion stats to be 100%. Yeah, it's mobs that are 95 plus, which is World Tier 4 once you're like level 92. All content has monsters that are 95 plus. Increased critical strike chance is significantly more impactful than attack speed to a certain point. If you're at 100% crit chance, this does nothing for you. Before that, significantly more valuable than attack speed. But once you're crit capped, no longer good. PTR is 4-2. Are we going to put the +2 minion aspect on neck now? That's a really good question. +3 to both minions versus +4 to both minions. I think a lot of people are going to. Because like if you go from, it used to be you gained +3 to 1 minion, meaning that it was +1. But now it is 6 bonus minions. Sounds like a huge step up, when in reality it is just you go from 4 bonus minions to 6 bonus minions, which is a lot less. Wonder what that will do for tunes at 83 doing tier 50-ish nightmare dungeons. What it will do? Nothing different than it currently does. Once the monster is level 95, you will have 925 item. Unless the question is, will it speed up progression? The answer is yes. No, I know Kalan's edict. I know. I see that. But when we're looking at this when we're looking at the +2 like in the bubble. Because right now Kalan says using occult means that your minions gain 12% attack speed instead of 18% attack speed. That's, yes. Is it more? Absolutely. Is it worth missing out on a 50% bonus to a damage multiplier? Like, we have to remember that damage multipliers have gained significant value since they now gain 100% of them. So you really can't avoid... Before your damage scalers were so much less important, but now you are heavily incentivized to... But it's 2 more minions. But so you go from having, let's say you're using Reapers, you go from having 4, 7, 8. So you go from having 12 to 14. Right? So it's a 1/6 increase in total minions. Which is what? A 16 point something increase in damage output. So it's a 16% something damage increase in damage output on by itself on paper. Because like the attack speed bonus from it in comparison to all of the attack speed that they have. Hope for blood minions? Absolutely not. Not really. There's 0 reason to play the game before 95. Yeah, other than like getting to 95, yeah. I think that's reasonable. But they say 100% from stats maybe not apply to aspects. No, I don't believe that at all. They currently gained 30% of damage multipliers. So like, here's where a little bit of my frustration is coming up from the questions. Not your question, but the fact that we're like trying to find ways to invalidate things that have always worked this way. It's just that the number is different. Like, Inspiring Leader used to give your minions 16% increased attack speed because it gave them 12% and they gained 30% of your 12% increased attack speed. They always gained 30% of your crit chance. They always gained 30% of your crit damage. They always gained 30% of your additive vulnerable damage. they have always gained 30% of your stats and multipliers. So if you had Blighted on, they got 40% damage multiplier as opposed to 120. That logic has now not changed just because they've changed the number. You know what I mean? Like, it used to scale at 30%, it now scales at 1 or 100%. No other logic has changed unless they have done something that they haven't talked about. And at the point of there could be something we don't know, then there's no point in us thinking at all. Like, it goes back to my thing about, like, we probably shouldn't be making declarative statements about what getting gear will look like in the new system because we don't know anything about it realistically. But if the question is, like, is the logic of how stats are imparted to the minions different now that they've changed one of the numbers? Like, the only thing I do not personally know is if minions currently inherit your resistances, your damage reduction, your maximum life, and armor. My thought is yes. But, like, so, hold on. Per Adam Jackson, they inherit all stats. They've said this like multiple times. I just haven't personally tested it. Could it be more clear? It could be, but it's only unclear because we're choosing to not take it at face value when the developers believe that it is an obvious thing. I also would like for them to literally just state whether or not there are any exceptions to the rule. But it is unclear because of our unwillingness to assume that it is clear, which is not unfounded, but the issue is of our own making. There's a reason why we're making the problem, but the problem is of our own making. So you can see logically why it's not like, it's not obvious that it needs to be more clear, because to them it is clear. Pit have more than 100 levels? Yes. Yeah. We know that monsters at least go up to 250 in the pit. Also, for YouTube chat, y'all are having a whole time. As long as nobody is upset, continue to have a whole time. Sorry for not commenting on each individual thing. I'm personally not very interested in that conversation. It doesn't mean you have to stop having it. I just want you to know I'm not ignoring you all. I just don't think that the conversation has any merit for me, or I can impart any wisdom into it. Inspiring leader. Inspiring leader. Interesting in that this is a massive buff for non-bone builds, but actually a nerf for bone builds because you could already reach 100% crit chance. And there are not many avenues for gaining attack speed. I believe this double dips for minions and grants 30% Rich chance. This does beg the question, why don't I have a minion stats page? Huh? This is good. A lot of feedback, and I haven't even done the PTR yet. You think we can finally have a minion build? Absolutely. Minions are gonna fucking destroy. They're honestly gonna be cracked. One point to make into the conversation on YouTube, that's largely about, is it okay that there's items that are completely eclipsed in the end game? There is no such thing as a video game that has progression regardless of its speed, where gear does not get outclassed as you continue to level up. And the idea that everybody is done leveling to 100 in 2 days is like a very hyper elitist look at the ecosystem and experience of most players, where many people are not replacing their gear like every single second and then throwing it all away once they reach world tier 4. And even in the case where that's reality, let's think about what the bad outcome is here, right? Hyper Blasters are in world tier 4 and are looking at best in slot gear and ignoring everything that they picked up until level 95 within 24 hours. The itemization system is currently such that they're being hyper tailored to, and that gear will continue to be more and more valuable to them as they continue to progress. So they never had to worry about the stuff that they found along the way. Gear having clear checkpoints for when it stops being useful for you to look at it, so you don't have to worry about it, allows people who progress slower to also be able to make that decision more easily and go, I don't need to worry about those anymore. I get to save time. So the bad outcome is that like normal magic and rare items stop being something that you need to worry about faster, meaning that everybody who doesn't want to be looking at those items gets what they want. And people who progress slower continue to not be completely gearless until they reach world tier 4. So I actually don't know what problem is being caused other than like an idealistic expectation that all items continue to be as valuable as they possibly could be, like Diablo 2, which is perfectly fine, but the gameplay experience of Diablo 4 does not match the gameplay experience of Diablo 2 and needs to have different answers to the problems of itemization. We can want the game to have Diablo 2's itemization. I don't personally. I also don't only use 925 gear on my Necromancer build, and I place top 10 in the gauntlet if I actually push, meaning that my build in gear is comparable and competitive with other people's gear. So even in the current system, we don't only use 925 gear and get nothing from having higher tier gear. Compromise is why not allow people to upgrade normals to sacreds and sacreds to ancestral. It's a simple solution. You also currently can do that technically as long as your item is on the cusp. But that being said, what does that accomplish? Other than having an incredibly widely bloated crafting system. I think you can like say it without being able to like back up the impact of it, but like what does it actually accomplish? Ravenwolf, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. You're rewarded for finding good gear early on. Right, so Diablo 2. You just want items that you find early to potentially be best in slot items in the end game, which require which requires a lot of other things to exist. Is like that just creates another new problem. Ravenwolf, thank you again for the 5 gift subs. Thank you, I appreciate that. Like, people already currently complain in this game. I don't care about wanting other game systems, because that's just a different game system, right? In this game system, people currently complain that they find gear at level 70 that they never have to replace. So they feel like sifting through the items has no value because they already found best in slot gear. So if it's, you could find your best in slot gear at level 1 just for the price of grinding materials to upgrade it, meaning you never have to replace your gear, you completely remove the need to upgrade gear. So we haven't solved some inherent problem with the system. We've created a new problem that already exacerbates a complaint that the current player base has that does not want. Gear isn't pointless. Oh, I feel like you're being intentionally disingenuous. So I'm going to go prove this. I'm going to go prove this thing. I'm going to go disprove this concept. It's going to take me 1 minute. And once I disprove it, I would like for the argument to at least adapt to this new data point, as opposed to just completely ignore it. Because I've already made this point, but I guess I will prove it in the game. And keep this in mind. JPrec has been a long-time viewer. Don't think of them as just some kind of troll. They just have very passionate concepts about how the game should be. We very often don't agree, but I think it's very fine to have passionate stances. So like, don't jump down this dude's throat. He is aggressive, but ultimately it's because he has passionate concepts. Oh shit. Well, perfect. Here we go. Here is my 891 amulet. It just so happens that the build I'm currently running uses a lot of 925. Here's my 891 amulet. Here's my 912 Ring of Mendel. So at least evolve the standpoint to include the fact that the statement gear doesn't matter until 925 is inherently wrong. That statement is untrue. It does not hold water. It is not real. It is not accurate. It does not represent the actual game state. My shield doesn't need to be 925 because that does not change my damage. They're changing it so that you always get 925 drops after a certain point. That has nothing to do with your original point, and has nothing to do with the statement that gear doesn't matter until 925. So just evolve your argument past that point, because that point is untrue. It's untrue in the current game state. It will be untrue in the future game state. At level 80, you could run a Nightmare Dungeon 41 or 42 or 40. Find a piece of gear that is best in slot, max stats. But for the sanity of everyone, Jay, evolve the argument past this one point, because it's factually untrue. I am going to move on. I'm going to dip back out of the conversation. I hope that you all continue to have a healthy conversation. At least evolve past that point, because it is factually untrue. It wasn't true in the beginning. It's not going to be true later. It doesn't impact the argument or the validity or the strength of the argument. That's it. That's my only ask. Okay. Back to the changes. Kalan's Edict. Your minions gain 3% increased attack speed for each active minion. Huh. Here's my problem. This is still fucking nothing. Ah. Kotia Dota, thank you very much for the follow. So here's my only problem. And you have to take into account Unyielding Commander. And the fact that Inspiring Leader also is reduced, like, how are you now going to reach attack speed cap? You have to use reanimation? Okay. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. The change to Cult Leader originally was bad. The change to Cult Leader originally was bad. And they had to keep buffing it to make it better. But they directly tied having to put attack speed onto your minion build to scale its damage. Now, attack speed, very powerful for scaling damage. One of the issues is I actually don't know like what's the fastest attack speed that a minion animation can get to. There's a whole bunch of calculations there. But I think that the original change to the Cult Leader legendary node was bad. I think it was strictly bad. Because let's talk about it. For Cult Leader to be good, you have to have attack speed. It used to be that you gained multipliers based on how many minions you had. So you were incentivized to run more minions. If you just ran a golem and you ran legendary node, it gave you a 15% damage multiplier. Having 3 out gave you 3 15% damage multipliers. Then they changed to tie it to attack speed. So now, to outperform before, because it was originally 10% too. It was originally 10% too. But to outperform Cult Leader, you had to be reaching, because it was 10 per 20. So what's 1.5 times 1.5 times 1.5? Or 1.15? 52. It was a 52% damage multiplier to run all 3 of them. To outperform that means that you have to have 100% increased attack speed. Plus, you actually have to have like 60% increased attack speed, right? Because it's 52. Divided by 10, multiplied by 20. So you had to have 104 increased attack speed to outperform it. Right? I've read it. I've read it, Militron. I'm not working from a place of ignorance. I'm explaining why I am not impressed with this. I promise you, I'm literate. I've read it. I'm talking about the history of the change. So hear me out here. The change to Cult Leader originally was bad. Right? That's my initial issue. So then they buffed it by 50%, meaning that you needed 50% less attack speed to reach the previous functionality of Cult Leader. Again, which was just if you have minions, you get a huge damage buff. The more you have, the more you get. And let's talk about like any other legendary node. Hulking Monstrosity, your minion gains damage and life. Flesh Eater, consuming corpses gets you a damage multiplier. Scent of Death, you either have more damage reduction or you gain damage. Bone Graft, using your skills gives you more damage. Blood begets blood, using your blood orbs gets you more damage. This one is like the most conditional here. Bloodbath, overpowered does more damage. Wither, your damage over time does more damage. Every single legendary node other than Blood begets blood, and to a much lower extent Flesh Eater, says you just get damage for free for playing your build in the way that makes sense. Cult Leader now says jump through a hoop to get the damage bonus that requires you to have to use another stat that was hard to scale for them. Right? So already, I never agreed with the cult leader changes. The cult leader changes were bad, and the only upside is that in the only ways that you could scale minion damage, which was through attack speed, mostly through Mendel, but for people who pretended like skeletons could do damage, attack speed. Now it was you could get more out of it than you could previously by fulfilling more like hoops that you jump through, by jumping through more hoops, which force you to use specific stats, which I don't like. When we look at Shadow Blight. When we look at Shadow Blight, right? Shadow Blight on paper says do shadow damage, get extra shadow damage. Right? But the ways in which you can apply your shadow damage are many different ways, in many different like many different builds can go about doing it in many different ways. Right? Ossified Essence, incredibly uninspired, but it says get a stat, do more damage. But at the very least, multiple types of skills can benefit from this. You can make a Shadow Darkness Bone Storm build that benefits from Ossified Essence if you want to. Right? And again, I'm just seeing like more questions in Twitch chat. Yes, I'm very aware of the changes that exist in the patch notes. Let me finish explaining this concept, please. It's approaching levels of are you stupid? And I don't much appreciate it, so let me cook. Rathma's Vigor, again, very uninteresting, but at the end of the day, you can choose to overpower on multiple different types of skills. This has changed a lot and has iterated a lot, but it also gives you an interesting puzzle for being able to get more out of it. That lets you go about it in different ways. Do you go into Corpse Tendrils? Do you go into Embalmer? Do you stack a bunch of healing received? It's not perfect, but it gives you things. Kalan's Edict just says they gain attack speed. Attack speed just is a near direct multiplier of this. Oh, and again, real quick. Yes, I've read this. This has nothing to do with what I was just talking about and doesn't change my point, but thank you. I've gone off on too many tangents. The problem is the only way to build minions to benefit from both Cult Leader and Kalan's Edict is in stacking attack speed. That is the only thing that you can do. And to get the most damage out of them, you have to do that. Now, it's not really that you can choose to run like a shadow minion build unless you don't want your minions to get attack speed and you don't want them to be able to benefit from Cult Leader. You have to do it this way. I do not like that. Tying Cult Leader, not just to having the minions, but instead to maxing out attack speed, was a net negative change in your ability to build them in ways that are not singularly coded. How can you finish when you're truing on something so small you're focusing on minion attack speed and most other skills, including damage, so now you have faster sums that will hit harder? Sure, if you think that currently the thing that I'm talking about is not of interest, feel free to not watch. It's perfectly fine. Sorry for trying to share my insight and talking about game theory. The stuff later on doesn't change that. Back to how I feel about Kalan's Edict. This is strictly better than it was before. Strictly better than it was before. Is wildly uninspired and not good. You're looking at the point of the pencil, not looking at the full page of pencil marks. I literally know everything that's in this document. I've read it all. I'm very aware. Thank you. I can't stress this enough. I was just describing the history of it to get back up to, like, I can't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Kalan's Edict. Ideas. Kalan's Edict. Strictly better in every sense. Completely uninspired. Doesn't allow any real customization of minion builds, and continues to feed into the wrongfully changed alt leader to force attack speed as a required stat, and also feeds into the primary issue, which is this does not impact the necromancer's output. Only the minions. A thing I'll point out is a known pain point for the necro, and something they're clearly attempting to alleviate with the stat percent changes and aspects slash passives, which empower both the necro and the minions. So like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, right? Look at the difference between this thing right here and this thing right here. What up, Sakun? I'm talking about the changes. Like, look at this, right? Look at the wild difference in approach to changing stats for the necro for minion builds between this right here and this right here. This says to me, we don't have something better for Kalan's Edict, but we need to make it at least usable, and they've accomplished that. They have accomplished this thing, which is straight up, the more of them that you have, the more attack speed you have, the easier it is to max out Cult Leader. This right here is recognizing the continuous issue, which is that often you either had to choose the minions or the necromancer, when instead it would be good to be able to choose the necromancer and have the minions directly benefit from it, which is the exact design intent of having it so that your minions gain 100% of your stats. Look at how wildly different this is than this. These are 2 completely different approaches to the issue, where one of them is at least recognizing 2 pain points, and this one is only recognizing one of them and is failing to deliver on the second one. Like, you can think it's less important than I think, but these 2 things are completely contradictory to one another. Necromancer players, it sucks that minions only inherit 30% of your stats, and we feel like we have to invest in our minions more than the Necromancer, which then leaves us defenseless and unable to do damage, and also doesn't have a net benefit outcome from the minions because they already don't do damage. They said, we hear you. We hear you. The minions will now gain 100% of the stats so that you can fully invest in your Necromancer, be viable, and they will get it. Cool. Kalan's Edict. Your minions gain more attack speed per minion you have. What does that mean to me? That means that quite literally, they couldn't come up with a valuable enough or interesting enough change to Kalan's Edict. But they understood that the problem was that Kalan's Edict was of zero value, unusable, and they said, hey, let's at least make it functional. And to that point, they have succeeded. It is now functional. But it completely ignores the original, and I consider to be the much more important and foundational like pain point of minions. And then the other part too is, no, people are like, no, Mac, you don't get it, you don't get it, you don't get it, you don't get it. First off, I do fucking get it, but like, you don't get it. They buffed Cult Leader. So now they gain more damage, so it's easier to get more damage than it used to. And it has a cap, as opposed to the fact that previously, technically speaking, there are actually 2 attack speed caps, so you could get more than 100% bonus attack speed, right? No, Mac, you don't get it. Cult Leader now gives a big multiplier of only your minions' damage, which shouldn't be a thing anymore. Remember, only your minions' damage for how much attack speed they have. Now it's a much bigger multiplier of their damage. Will this make them do more damage? Absolutely, no question. Do you have to stack attack speed on them to be able to get there? Yes. Will it be hard? No, it won't be hard. But it is now, again, a whole Cult Leader board that is only your minions' damage as opposed to also your damage. It is only your minions' attack speed as opposed to your attack speed. And the only reason why this thing is so valuable is because they forced Cult Leader to be based off of attack speed as opposed to having minions. Like, they changed it to be harder to accomplish and have been tweaking these numbers to make it worth your investment while forcing you to only get there via a certain combination. And here's the other problem too. And you know, maybe people aren't thinking about this. I'm not going to talk down to you all. Ring of Mendeln does not scale off of fucking Cult Leader. Ring of Mendeln will not scale off of this. Ring of Mendeln is not your minions doing damage. This will still scale off of your damage. Mendeln will scale off of the Necromancer. So this 300% damage bonus that you're getting from Cult Leader does nothing for it. Isn't that wild? Aspect's flat damage scales off of your weapon damage, and the damage from Ring of Mendeln is you doing damage, not your minions. So. Back to me thinking a lot about Kalan's Edict and like the overall impact of it as it pertains to the entire game system, and why I was thinking so much about it and why I was talking about it so much, and why I was explaining the history of it to be able to get to the points that I'm trying to make. Because that's all very important, because I don't assume that everybody else has all of the context that I'm thinking about, because that would be wild, right? Like that would be hubris to its utmost. While Kalan's Edict is strictly better, while it's now usable, while you absolutely will use it, my major issue with it is how wildly uninspired it is, while it is ignoring the growth that we've had for how player stats and minion stats interact. And if you're trying to use Cult Leader to empower your minions, you almost certainly will have to use Kalan's Edict, as opposed to using something like Shadow Blight, when there's very clearly supposed to be a Shadow Minions, like build archetype, is a bit challenging for me. And then on top of that, minions continue to not have overpower as a scalable version of their damage or their functionality at all, continuing to leave blood builds out of the conversation completely. So that sucks, and I hope that they continue to iterate on this. Is it a buff? Yes. Will you run it on minion builds? Absolutely, no question. Do I think they succeeded? No, I do not. Do I think that there will be a decent Death Speaker's Pendant build? No, absolutely not. Death Speaker's Pendant is absolutely trash city. What are the implications of Army of the Dead gaining summoning tag? The implication is that there are either tempering options or changes to the base game that will now care about that tag, because as it stands right now, the only things that work for summoning skills is additive summoning skill damage. Have they made minions great again? They have made minions great again, absolutely. Yeah. Bro, it's 4 pure minions. Which pure minions? If it said you and your minions, so here's the thing. I think a key passive that just says your minions gain attack speed is ass. I think it's absolute ass. I think it's effectively nothing. Would it be better if it said you and your minions? I don't know what the answer to it needs to be, but look at this and look at this and show me in the PowerPoint why these two things don't make sense together. The issue with Death Speaker's Amulet is that your minions don't scale off of overpower. So for blood builds, it means that the minions are there purely for utility, because you are an overpower build, and they do not scale off of overpower at all. So you're going to be using overpower damage sources, you're giving up overpower multipliers, and what you're gaining is lucky hit procs, which no longer work with Ring of Mendel. Important to remember that like Death Speaker, one of Death Speaker's like biggest strengths for a minion build was that all of the mini novas could also proc lucky hit for Mendel. Now it can't, which is like interesting. But overpower builds don't interact with minion stats at all. But that's just it. Like, it just saying you gain attack speed only has the value that it does because of Cult Leader. And the funny part too about this is that there's almost certainly a universe. Like, let's talk about a blood build overlapping with minions. What if the Blood Surge was actually just utility for the minions, where you are actually just seeking to overpower as fast as possible so that you could use Rathma's Vigor. Rathma's Vigor getting you 75% increased attack speed, 75% increased attack speed going to your minions. So with accelerating in Rathma's Vigor, you are reaching 100% attack speed for your minions, which is already the cap for Cult Leader. Okay, cool. Like that's kind of a thing. Maybe like blood utility. You're the utility to your minions. But what does that mean? Kalan's Edict does nothing for you, right? Like it's kind of when we were talking about Inspiring Leader, people are asking me, is this good? And the funny part about it is that Inspiring Leader for a minion build, almost certainly you're going to max this out. The funny part being that it's going to be significantly easier for you to reach critical strike chance cap in the new game, where you may not need increased attack speed or may not need increased critical strike chance, but increased attack speed continues to scale your damage past that after you reach 100% chance to crit. So just like you may not need this to reach 100% chance to crit between you or your minions in the end game based off the changes, you may not need this attack speed. You may already be at 100% increased attack speed. So like there's no currently there are no key passives which can be completely ignored because of stats in the game, except for Kalan's Edict. Which is like, imagine a key passive that says stops being valuable if you reach an attack speed cap, which you can do for your minions very easily. Like, it's wild. It's wild. That's what this is. Trash. Are you going to use it? Absolutely. Is it good? Absolutely. Can you like move away from it? Theoretically, if I try really hard, I can come up with a way to get away from it. But it is uninspired. It's not strictly a must-have. And in a lot of cases, it does lock you to a certain way of playing things, which is my least favorite way for skills to work, especially key passives. And that's why I had to think about it for so long and talk about it so much, because there's like a lot of nuance to it. It's not just strictly good. And in some cases it's useless, and in some cases it completely railroads how you build a build. It's interesting. It's interesting to try to break apart the puzzle. I'm just sad that it's the way that it is. Like, Ossified Essence, always good. Shadow Blight, always good. Rathamus Vigor, always good. Kalan's Edict, sometimes good. Unyielding Commander no longer gives attack speed. Unyielding Commander now gives damage straight up, which is pretty cool. Gigabytes, thank you very much for the follow. Ray tracing, to be able to run ray tracing effectively on a lot of rigs, you need to have a 40 series GeForce RTX card and turn on frame generation. Does Kalan's Edict interact with the minions? Army of the Dead doesn't make minions. Army of the Dead makes missiles that look like skeletons. Yeah. Okay. Book of the Dead changes. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Do I think minion builds will be S tier? I think anybody trying to tell you whether or not they're S tier is making wild speculative concepts. I think minions are significantly stronger than they were before. I think Thorns is kind of insane. I think you're going to see a lot of experimentation with minions. I think a lot of builds are going to use minions as utility as opposed to sacrificing them. I think our understanding of minions as a whole is going to be very different. Skeletal warriors will now run ahead of the necromancer more often and can initiate combat. AI changes? Skeleton, warrior, AI. If the warriors engaging combat does not transfer aggro to the necro, this is the most important foundational change to summoner builds. Might actually be cracked 10 out of 10 need to test. Are you going to get everything you want on the Paragon board? Luckily, Bone Spear actually doesn't have a lot of glyphs that it needs to hit or nodes that it needs to hit. Like, Bone Spear realistically just needs to hit Exploit, Essence, Corporeal, which benefits minions. Exploit, Essence, Corporeal, sometimes Amplify. If you're not using minions sacrificial, but then you don't have to hit that. Skirmishers removed 3-second limit from the second upgrade, so they can just crit every time that you crit. Is this insane? Every time you crit, they crit for 1.5. How many times does this roll per Bone Spear? I need to run to the bathroom real quick. That seems fucking insane. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. That seems bananas. That seems absolutely insane. All right. MacBane, thank you very much for the 15 months, my dude. I appreciate you. Okay. Okay. Del says every 6 attack from each minion trigger passive. I'm looking at max roll pass notes. I'm sorry. I don't know what we're talking about. Patch notes. Must be under a necromancer. Is under general? Where'd we put it? Oh, this is an old one. Yes. Yes, this is accurate. You can see it right here. Yep. That's accurate. Another Necro next season? Dude, Necro's gonna be insane. So Mendeln is pure summoner? Mendeln is actually pure attack speed. Has nothing to do with the minions. Mendeln continues to have nothing to do with the minions other than the stats on it, which is very fun. The change here is that instead of lucky hit chance, it is now based off of how many times they attack. So you don't have to proc lucky hit chance, but the fastest that they can do it is once every 6 attacks. The damage that it does scales off of the necromancer and not the minions. Unless they have changed something functionally with how the damage is applied somehow, which it's not. It's a nerf? It's not a nerf. It's not a nerf. It's instead of building into lucky hit chance, you build into attack speed, which minions want to be doing because of Cult Leader. But it scales off of your damage. And not theirs, unless they've changed something functionally to it outside of the mechanical change of when it procs. Which there's nothing indicating that it did, and I do not assume that something has happened unless I have some reason to believe it. Helltide was not in World Tier 1 and World Tier 2, no. Starts in World Tier 3. Right? I think it always started in World Tier 3. Is that planner from Max Roll? This? Yes. Yeah, this is the D4 planner on Max Roll. No, it's for all of the changes in the PTR are coming to the game. There's nothing that's only happening in the PTR but not coming to the game. Do thorns count as an attack? It depends on what you're talking about. What up, Big Ben? Okay, so skirmisher upgrade. You crit, they crit. How many times can this be triggered from a single bone spear? If they're critting at 1.5 multi every attack, this seems like the only option for damage based minion builds. Skirmisher upgrade. My only issue is that you now only use Reapers as utility and use skirmishers as actual damage, and there's no in between. Before you say Reapers deal AoE damage, the issue on Necro builds is never needing more AoE. It's needing single target damage. So that's my only issue with this. This is cracked out of its gourd. It is incredibly good. It is wildly, wildly, wildly good. And I don't even understand why this says anything or this says anything as far as damage is concerned. Like, this is just, it's stupid. I bone spear one time. As that bone spear is flying through targets, every single attack that my skirmishers do is a crit that's a 1.5 multi. What up, Jendari? BRL, thank you very much for the follow. You hate Bone Spear? That's fine. Blood Surge crits on multiple things. Blood Lance crits multiple times. Sever crits multiple times. Infinimus crits multiple times. You don't like any of the other skills? You got me. You win. Patch will be very good. Yes. Will Infinimus run minions? It already can run minions. It already was running minions for utility on setups. Defenders will be high survivability for a high tier pit. If your Necromancer minions can't survive without a 99% damage reduction, your build is wrong 100%. This is very cool. This is funny. This is very cool. This is hilarious. But we already have a Bone Golem which taunts. I only theorycraft necros, DuBois, sorry. Does bone damage increase bone spear, or is it only physical damage? Bone damage increases bone spear, yes. Bone damage increases anything that has the bone tag. Bone spear, bone spirit, bone prison. Does bone prison have the bone tag? I'm positive that it does, but I don't know. Yes, of course it does. Yeah, it interacts with cooldown from bone. Yep. You can always look at the tags and skills to figure out if it works for it. Like, this is hilarious, and I don't think anybody ever uses this ever. The taunt is cool. How often does it taunt? I don't know. What's physical damage? All damage unless otherwise... All skills do physical damage unless otherwise indicated. You can see in the bottom right what type of damage a skill does. So all blood skills do physical damage. The only thing that doesn't do physical damage for the Necromancer is darkness skills. They do shadow damage. But you could just look at a skill and see what type of damage it does in the bottom right. All damage in the game is physical unless otherwise stated. Is a good rule of thumb. Reapers now reduce cooldown on their wind-up attack. Meaning you can't use the one that generates corpses. No, Decompose looks... Decompose is actually strictly worse at generating corpses now. Well, I'm sorry. Decompose generates corpses 50% faster, yes. 50% sounds very strong. We're talking about the difference between 1 second and 1.5 seconds, so near minuscule. But it is an additional 1 corpse for every 3-second interval. The issue, though, is that they changed it so that the rotting aspect would... which used to make you hit 3 targets and generate a corpse 100% of the time, is no longer existent. So in a perfect world where you're trying to output the most corpses possible from Decompose, you've lost 3 corpses per 1.5 seconds. So you've gained 1 more corpse per 3 seconds, but you have lost 6 corpses, or 5 total corpses per that same 3 seconds. I think Decompose has become a lot better for leveling and absolutely sees no use in endgame unless there's some wild tempering changes. It's not 15 seconds of cooldown reduction, it is 5 instances of 3 seconds of cooldown reduction. I'm really hesitant to laud this change. So it is, each one reduces one of your active cooldowns by 3 seconds, not reduces all active cooldowns by 3 seconds. And then on top of that, it's not like you're gonna get like over cooldown reduction, right? So let's say I have Army of the Dead up and I just use Blood Mist and Corpse Tendrils just procced. So 3 might hit Corpse Tendrils, but Corpse Tendrils only has a 6.5 second cooldown. So one's gonna hit, the second one's gonna hit, and then it's going to reduce 0.5 seconds, overshooting by 3. One of them's going to hit my Blood Mist, which has a 20-second cooldown, and then one of them's going to hit Army of the Dead. Or all 5 might hit Army of the Dead, or only 2 hit Army of the Dead. It's not just 15 seconds of active cooldown reduction. The other issue is I've been running minions recently with Abhorrent Decrepify. And since Abhorrent Decrepify no longer triggers off of Thorns, your expectations for how fast minions reduce cooldowns through Abhorrent Decrepify needs to be cut down to like 25%. Honestly, I am often not having Army of the Dead up 100% of the time, even while spamming Flicker Step to reduce cooldown. You also can't choose whether or not they swing at nothing. I think if they just swing, it will happen. But so often you're running in between monsters, so it's not like continuously gaining 15 seconds of cooldown every 10 seconds. This is hard. This is hard to evaluate. It's obviously very, like, cooldown reduction is very powerful. The upgrade used to be that they applied vulnerable to targets that were chilled or frozen, and instead now just apply vulnerable with their attacks. This is really, really rough to think about. So, like, do I even need my Reapers to reduce cooldown as long as I have Abhorrent Decrepify and an actual Lucky Hit skill? I need corpses is what I need. Does cooldown reduction affect the wind-up skill? I have no idea. Will Coldbringer Aspect proc the Skeletal Mage vulnerable effect? I don't believe so. No, it does not, unless they change the verbiage. Let's write down my thoughts. Reapers upgrade. Here's the issue. They don't do wind up attack often. It hits a random skill for 3 seconds of CDR. So you can't really control what it reduces. You aren't consistently in combat, so it's not directly equal to CDR on gear, and means your Reapers are not generating corpses. So where does this help? It's either crazy busted or weirdly inconsistent and overshadowed by Decrepify CDR, a good lucky hit skill. Reaper upgrade. Finimist. Completely broken or too inconsistent. This is interesting. Hey, thanks, Big Ben. I appreciate that. Ectomon, thank you very much for the follow. And thank you to everybody who's liked the stream over on YouTube and who's subscribed today. I appreciate y'all. Is there a build that doesn't use Lucky Hit or Corpses, needs a ton of CDR, uses minions for utility instead of damage, and has important cooldowns? No, basically. Is there a build that doesn't use Lucky Hit and needs a lot of cooldown reduction and uses minions for utility and has important cooldowns? Sadly, the Necromancer doesn't have enough skills for that niche to exist. You know what dazing does to enemies and how to daze enemies? Dazing is like a stun, basically, is my understanding. What does daze say? Dazed enemies cannot attack or use skills, but are still able to move. There you go. Defenders. Defenders now taunt is interesting. This is nothing. Let's jump into game real quick. Also, I have a hard stop at 7 p.m. There are tweaks to sacrifice bonuses. They just didn't include them for some reason. These patch notes do not include everything. I don't know why, but you want exclamation point music. Oh no, this is Heroes of Might and Magic 5 OST, I believe. There you go. Huh. The taunt could be super relevant for staggering bosses. Or hardcore playthrough, as well as applying tons of stagger to bosses. Defender DR upgrade. Big W. Who is this for? It functionally makes sense. I just think it's literally never used. Is Bone Spikes already in the game? It is. Bone Spikes is the effect you do when you jump off of your horse. Thank you. Bone Spikes is the attack you do when you jump off your horse. Do you remember a little bit ago they said buffed Bone Spikes damage? Shadow Mages. Attacks now pierce. Insane. Insane. GG. Yo, what up, Sanctuary? Good evening. What's the soundtrack? Heroes of My Magic 5. Presumably Millitron. It just says they do bone spikes. So we have to assume they do bone spikes. Bone spikes do not count as a bone skill. They do not have that tag currently in the game. Keep in mind that your minions don't have skill tags. Bone mages don't do bone damage. Bone golems don't do bone damage. Blood golems don't do blood damage. Currently, the only things that do elemental damage are shadow mages do shadow damage, cold mages do cold damage, and now your warriors will be able to do shadow damage. So now we have you deal increased damage for each active Shadow Mage. So a maximum of 6, an 18% damage increase. Which requires a skill slot and an aspect, but it is stronger than the sacrifice bonus currently from Reapers. And theoretically it's reciprocal and it buffs them as well. We'll have to test that. That's interesting. Shadow Mage upgrade. Upgrade 1. Does this then buff their damage since it increases our damage? It should, but need to test. Interesting that a skill on our skill bar just says you gain 9 to 18% bonus damage. Flat out. And is this better than the Vuln upgrade? That's on the build. Shadow Mage upgrade 2. Every second attack is now 2 bolts. So it used to be over 4 attacks, you would get 5 bolts. And now it's over 4 attacks, you get 6 bolts. Is that accurate? 4 attacks plus 1 additional versus 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. Huh. That's not that much at all. It's 1 more bolt per... Yeah, it is. Yeah, of course it is. It's 1 more bolt per 4 bolts. You think it's like a lot, but it's really not. You cannot download the PTR now. This should not contribute to Mendeln count. Mendeln is based off attacks made. They're making 1 attack that fires 2 bolts. I would not believe that this counts towards Mendeln at all. I look very tired. I have been thinking very hard for 4 hours straight, so I'm tired. Yeah. There was also, for me, a particularly heated bit where I was trying to work through a mental exercise, and a lot of people weren't really seeing the value in that, so I had to keep explaining what the value of it was. We got past it, but it was draining. Reaper doeth. Reaper doeth. Thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate it. And Humboldt, thank you for the follow as well. It's like, it's strictly better, but it's not that much. I do not I don't know anything about the other classes. I'm sorry. I don't play this game. I play the Necromancer. And that wasn't to put anybody down. I just wanted to explain the context. I think it's perfectly valid to, like, to defend your points, you know, with passion. But it was draining. I heavily disagree. At least for the Necromancer, basic skills are absolutely not a waste. You can choose to benefit from them, or you can choose to optimize out of them, but I don't consider that to be a waste. A lot of people just don't like using them because they don't like to play harder to get, like, more of a benefit out of some things, which is perfectly reasonable, but they are legitimately attempting to empower the things that are underused. So they at least agree with you for Decompose, although I really think that Reap is now, like, vastly underrepresented. I'm supposed to know everything? I do. I think I know everything that there is to know about the Necromancer, except for the things that are really hard to test that I don't think benefit us a lot, like whether or not they gain our resistances, because I don't have a way of testing that in-game that isn't absolutely mind-numbing. It does take like 3 gear slots to make basics a primary damage source. Yeah, but that's true of all skills. All skills use all of their gear sources to make them primary damage sources. Yeah. It's like such a nothing burger. Why would I ever use this? I get 1 more bolt than I did previously, but it's a difference between 5 and 6. It's a 20% increase in bolts, I guess. It's a 20% increase in bolts. Over 3 attacks, it's a 33% increase in bolts. Over 2 attacks, it's a 50% increase in bolts. Over 1 attack, it's not an increase in bolts. I felt like at least here you had like 2 different forms of utility. This triggered Blighted more often, this staggered bosses and gained you survivability. Now it's just like you use this. And you never use this. Unless this doesn't retroactively increase their damage, in which case... This is for pure minion? A pure shadow minion? Which already doesn't like the stuff that other... Bolt per 4 attacks. In previous, it's a 20% increase in bolts fired. Technically better for triggering Shadow Blight. But Shadow Blight is no longer a realistic cure minion build option. So it's only for Shadow Necro builds. In which case, I'd want the bonus damage per minion. What do I mean by pure minion? Minions doing the majority of your damage is pure minion. And if you want to do that, you're using Cult Leader, and if you're using Cult Leader, you're using Kalan's Edict. Basically, Shadow Minions have been relegated to utility. It is very interesting. It's interesting. Is my brain fried? No, these are just getting into like it's difficult to like run mental experiments to figure out what the intent is. I love that macro is hyper-focused on a single class. I wish there was a macro for all classes as focused and dedicated to the class. There are. North War only plays Sorceress. Dioxide only plays Rogue. Obviously, like, Woody mains Rogue, but Woody plays a lot of classes. Boiler and McFluffin only play Druid. Chronix plays multiple classes. So yeah, Bacterial, there's a universe where, so the only thing though is that getting to, well, it depends on a lot of things. It depends on stats, right? I think currently, if you're not going to use Kalan's Edict, you probably have to use Frenzied Dead to reach attack speed cap. Which means that now you're giving up an aspect slot to accomplish that. Is that a definite? I don't know, because I don't know how much stats you can get. I also think that there's like a pretty massive difference between, like right now, what is theoretically possible versus what is realistically possible actually has a very small window, because most gear doesn't have that many ranges to it. So when we talk about, like, if you have perfect gear, you can, instead of using this thing, use this other thing. Versus what's going to exist in Season 4. Because most people can't assume that they have greater affix attack speed gear that's been masterworked 3 times to hit the same types of caps, right? Which, like, when we're talking about like what's theoretically possible on perfect gear versus what's realistically possible for most people, that gap's really, really big now. And it's also impossible for me to evaluate. Like, this isn't even to say like you're wrong or I'm right. It's just like how impossible it is to think about it. Because not only do you have to think about what's theoretically possible, but you have to think about what's realistically possible and how much of a difference it is between that. Because, like, if you can hit attack speed cap just from gear, let's say you can. We're having a lot of different conversations now. But let's say you can't. Then what kind of conversations are we having? So it's just hard. More Shadow Bolts right now is actually just like over a fight where you would have gotten an extra bolt before. It's only a 20% increase in damage. So it's a 20% increase damage to your Shadow Mages over any fight where it would have happened before, versus 18% DPS. Or over a short fight, 50% damage increase. So you cut that down the middle. Ends up being an average of a 35% damage increase just for your Shadow Mages, as opposed to an 18% increase damage. So if you actually take that even further, it actually only represents a 17% damage increase for just your Shadow Mages versus an 18% damage increase for everything, because they also would have gained that 18%. So I think at that point, it's basically nothing except for the purposes of utility of proccing Shadow Blight more often. And yeah, I knew what you were saying, Bacterial. I wasn't gonna call you on it. Would it be possible for Theory Crafting Stream to have YouTube chat on the screen too? It's against terms of service for Twitch, sadly. I would have it up, but it's against terms of service. It's against my contract. As a partner, you're not meant to show other streaming platforms information to not reduce the quality of the experience for Twitch viewers. Yeah. Will Abyssal be useful? Abyssal is already currently useful on Shadow builds, so yes. Yeah, no problem, Ness. That's where I'll leave this. Is Kella, thank you very much for the follow. Dominions double dip an inspiring leader? I believe so. I don't know what Zuni Darts is, though. I'm sorry. Cold Mages. Attacks now gain 3 essence on the first upgrade as opposed to 2. Cool. And attacks now apply vulnerable. Cool. Strictly better, still pretty bad. Because they all attack the same target as opposed to multiple targets, so like sometimes you don't have vulnerable everywhere and you have a bunch of AoE damage. But them generating more essence is good. Cold Mage, upgrade 1. Upgrades, let's just do both. More essence per attack is strictly the better. And while you'll get more vulnerable uptime, sadly they tend to not attack every possible monster or every possible target. So they're not a reasonable source of vulnerable propagation. Fine on the single targets, obviously. Old Mage, grade 1. Great for leveling. Bone Mages. Bone Mages is where it gets fucking wild. If those stats still exist, yes, Militron. If they are still the values that they are, if they're still on the gear pieces that they are. We literally don't know what stats are on what gear pieces at all. But also, Mendeln? Doesn't Mendeln have attack speed? Mendeln also has attack speed. If it's unchanged. We they do not include information on what stats can now be on what pieces of gear. One of the reasons why you watch on YouTube is so you can see both chats. It's pretty sweet. For me, wherever people want to watch is fine. Like I don't have a preference one way or the other. Like if we go look right now, wait, why is this maxing out at 6K? I stream at 10K. I don't know. Right now we have 134 people watching on Twitch. We have 158 watching on YouTube. Hold on. Wait a minute. What's happening here? Hold on. Oh, less people stream on YouTube. So more people who want to see this stuff from other content creators. Ha! Y'all are forced to be with me. That's what it is. Where else are you gonna go? Only I'm being this fucking absolutely wildly pedantic about all these changes. I don't know. I don't know who else streams D4 on YouTube. But that's awesome. I've never gotten higher viewership on YouTube than on... Also, more likes than watchers. That's insane. Also, thank you for the $13. I appreciate you. But watch wherever you want to watch, you know. Is this Google Sheet public? It is. I've shared this Google Sheet multiple times. Just over the course of like different videos, but you can have it here. You know what? I'll go give it to Twitch too, or to YouTube as well. Hey YouTube, if you're gonna open this up, if anybody asks for it, can you share it? I can't immediately chat through OBS for some reason. It's honestly trash. Okay. Being able to lock your phone and listen is great too. Oh, if you have YouTube Premium, that is pretty legit. Jump to YouTube, everybody. No, watch wherever you want to watch. Get the best experience that you want. The whole purpose of this is for us to just draw every cent of money out of advertisers that we can. So that's all we got to accomplish here. Bone Mages now have a 25% chance to cast Bone Spear if it's on your equipped skills. Fucking what? Minion tier list soon? There's so many minion builds now. It's so wild. It's honestly insane. A quarter of the time they cast Bone Spear. Here's the wild part. There's now life on hit. There's now life on hit. So there's a world where Bone Mages could actually out-heal the damage that they do to themselves. No, it's still only a 25% chance to cast Bone Spear if it's on your skills. If you also have Bone Splinters, you basically have a 12.5% chance to cast Bone Splinters and a 12.5% chance of... That's actually not even accurate. They have a 25% chance to proc. They theoretically choose a random skill. So if you have both on your bar, 25% of the chance they will either cast Bone Splinters or Bone Spear. If you only have one on your bar, it is 25% chance to always cast one. Do I think that they'll get the life on hit? I see no reason to believe that they won't. We know that life on kill is huge for minions. Bone Mages. Bone Mages upgrade 1. They cast Bone Spear now. What does this even mean? Need to test scaling. How skill ranks work. How lucky hit works. It shouldn't. Does it read tempered stats to cast multiple times? Does it inherit Deathless Visage? It shouldn't. Bone Mage upgrade 1. Who knows with this one? Impossible to assume functionality. Possibly goated. Second upgrade. Bone mages drop a corpse when they die. Bone mage attacks grant maximum life fortify. Okay, cool. Sure. Bone mages. Bone mage. Upgrade 2. Sure. That's cool. Not sure who it's for, but it is an option, and I like that. I don't think that's really a buff to any builds right now. Blood Golem. Blood Golem now absorbs 30% of the damage that you would take. Blood Golem now heals you for each enemy trained. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. It also heals. Wait, what am I? These are written like they were localized twice in reverse. The Golem now absorbs 30%. The first upgrade is now 30%. Cool, great, awesome, very powerful. While healthy, your Blood Golem gains damage reduction and deals 50% increased damage. And also heals you? Quirked up Bone Mage with a little bit of swag. I appreciate it. So it's either reduce incoming damage by 30% before it hits your DR, which is wildly powerful, or Bone Golem now gains damage reduction and deals increased damage and heals you. Wouldn't that make more sense to put here? The active ability of Blood Golem is that it runs up and it drains enemies and heals itself. The 30% DR is insane, for no question. Blood Golem upgrade 1. Crazy big DR boost. It's before characters DR. Is amazing for survivability. Blood Golem upgrade 2. Sorry, but does this now say the Golem has DR and bonus damage and heals you when you activate? Calm down, Buffington boys. Gonna blow a gasket. excited to see this work with overhealing as a barrier gen with temerity. Blood Golem upgrades. Just phenomenal survivability options for the price of a skill slot. Seems good. And gives you unstoppable when it activates, yeah. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely bananas. Like this is crazy. Both of these options are amazingly powerful. This is ludicrous. This is ludicrous in the current game and will be even more important after they remove DR from a bunch of sources. This is wild. Why does it say that many things? Bone Golem. Spawns 5 corpses from the golem where its ability is used. This dude, this gets localized 5 times. This is so good because in the end game, the golem never really is taking maximum life damage of 20% consistently. But every time you use its ability, it spawns 5 corpses. That's so good. That's so good. It's so wildly good. Every 10 seconds, just being able to spawn 5 corpses on demand is insane. Am I the reason why they finally fixed Needle Flare aspect? I legitimately believe that I might be the case. I've been, call it hubris, whatever you want. Unironically, one of the benefits that I have as being a Diablo partner is that every time that I think something strongly enough about this game, I get to just go, hey devs, this is what I think, do what you want. They don't then turn around and tell me, hey, we're going to change that because of you. But I'm noticing a lot of issues that I've brought up being addressed here. And do not get it twisted. I am not the only person in there. I'm not the only person who mains Necromancer. Basically, every Necromancer main that you know that's a Diablo partner gives amazing feedback about the class all of the time. All of the time. But I do notice a trend of me putting in a lot of time and effort to research a thing and to like write out a clearly stated, like, here's why I think it should be different, eventually tends to get answered. Strongly worded letter. Dude, this Bone Golem change is insane. It's fucking cracked. Will I be using D4 builds to create builds? No, I will not. Hulking Monstrosity is still trash. For CE package enjoyers, it's good. Well, sure, but that's never been different, right? You used this upgrade if you wanted Corpse Explosion. A lot of people are going to say that minions are overtuned. Maybe. Abhorrent Decrepify reduces Golem cooldown, yes. Although our ability to reliably reduce cooldown with Abhorrent Decrepify has been pretty drastically reduced. Also, thanks to me, which is sad. Okay, so Bone Golem first upgrade. Actually cracked. Proactive corpse generation like this doesn't exist except from Blood Mist and Army of the Dead. This is wildly good. For CE builds, some builds in general, and for stacking damage on shadow builds against single targets. Bone Golem upgrade 2. The horse dismount skill has to have a cooldown. So here's the thing about upgrade number 2. Your Bone Golem unleashes Bone Spikes when taking damage. Bone Spikes is the horse attack skill. I doubt it's just that, and I doubt it doesn't have a cooldown. Because if it's every time that they get attacked, you would just be spitting out like tens of Bone Spike procs everywhere. It might be wildly cool. It has to have a cooldown or something because it will be insane. Like, it'll be insane. I'm not even saying it'll do tons of damage, but if it's actually Bone Spikes, it applies stun, it does damage, and they'll just be shooting out in every direction all the time. Like, well, yeah, damage over time effects. What does this mean? Can I get on top of my Golem and ride it around yet? Upgrade 1. Amazing for leveling. Powerful for CE and minion builds. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry. I don't even know how to categorize Bone Golem upgrade 2. Bone Golem mech suit for $40 you could? I'd pay it. I'm part of the problem, chat. Iron Golem, first upgrade. Now cast Shockwave every 2 attacks instead of 4. Shockwave damage drastically increased. Okay. Seems good. Seems like good damage output. Second upgrade. Pulls monsters instead of applying vulnerable. Instead? This can't be right. Instead? But it doesn't become a second. It doesn't really become a secondary corpse because it doesn't imply slow or stun. It just pulls enemies to it and then nothing. That doesn't make them attack it. It doesn't even make them not move out of it. It pulls them and then they start moving again. What if it's a 4-screen wide pull? Yeah, you got me there. I think this is now absolutely useless. I think this is hot garbage dead. It's more like Void. So the big thing about Void, though, is that you could then further interrupt them by hitting them with another Blight. Golem upgrade 1. Iron Golem upgrade 1. Seems like a good damage option for AoE and a single target. Iron Golem upgrade 2. Bad, not corpse tendrils. That doesn't CC or apply vulnerable. No. Why? Who's this for? Iron Golem upgrade 1. Seems like a very powerful damage golem option to output max DPS on par with blood golem. Need to test. Legendary aspects. Blood soaked. You gain 20% movement speed. So now you gain 20% movement speed as opposed to not lose 20% movement speed. And does its damage. I've had people unironically try to tell me that Blood Soaked isn't goated on Infinimist. And like, call me a trash player because I think it was good. When it absolutely was, no question. 100%. Just like strictly the best thing that you could be running. And now it's going to give you movement speed. It's dope. Oh no, Soraka's never told me that Blood Soaked was trash. No, not at all. I think Soraka and I see eye to eye on like most things about Infinimist. Bone already taunts? Yes, bone taunting isn't changing. You gotta remember, we're talking about Mr. Pentadot. You don't get to Pentadot. Well, first off, you don't get to Pentadot, but you don't get to Pentadot without Blood Soaked. There's no way he thinks it's trash. Blood Soaked is goated. Obviously becomes useless in the late end game, depending on if they keep movement speed stats on gear to the same level. But it's phenomenal before that point, and could Ellie incentivize you to not need death's approach. Blood-soaked aspect. Oh. Potentially for Shadow Surfer? If they didn't, can you please help provide feedback about minions not triggering disobedience? That's requiring a change in logic that I think goes against a lot of the other things in the game. The minions are not considered your damage, they're considered their damage. Do I think that disobedience should be triggered off of them? I maybe agree with that, but I think that's a change to the logic of what is considered your damage and not your damage. Yeah, Blood-Soaked is one that leaves behind a trail that does shadow damage over time. Yeah. The same issue we have with AOZ survivability at the highest levels pit in the Uber bosses at level 200. Does he read YouTube chat? Doesn't seem like it. I do. I spend more of my time reading YouTube chat than the other one. Will it let you go over movement speed cap? No, not at all. Although Necromancer didn't have AOZ survivability issues, it had damage scaling. You could technically argue that to get to certain survivability stat lines, you had to give up damage, if that's the point that you're making, although it doesn't seem like it was. Doesn't read Twitch chat? I don't. Get fucked. No, the patch notes don't include. No. So this right here, this is just talking about this part, now says this. That's it. I know it's confusing, but it's just, it used to say this inside of it, and now it says this instead of that, and doesn't change anything else about it. Will Thorn's minion build be good? I think it's going to be cracked. Did they buff survivability for Necromancer at all? Did they buff survivability for Necromancer at all? Like directly? Not directly, like if you're using Blood Golem, they did. We already have Decrepify, which directly reduces incoming damage. Did they buff movement speed for Necromancer? Technically, yes, when we're talking about Blood Mist. It's that Necro couldn't survive long enough to do the damage required in AOZ. That's inaccurate. We just didn't have enough damage to scale. You absolutely could. We survived tier 24 Abattoir of Zir. We just didn't have damage to output high enough damage against tier 25. We had like infinite survivability. Because we had full immunity during Blood Mist, and during Blood Mist you were generating maximum barrier. So you would come out, have free permanently regenerating barrier, and then go straight back into Blood Mist. On top of having Decrepify, which reduces incoming damage before it even hits your DR. When a Necromancer wants to build tanky, it is one of the tankiest classes in the game. Yeah. Defenders can taunt, it's just their primary upgrade now. They can now taunt. If Defenders and Golem can taunt, are they going to compete? I believe so. Yeah. But I don't think you would use defenders and use Bone Golem. Unyielding Commander. Unyielding Commander is a very interesting. Also, this was not true. So, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I'm asking him. It doesn't matter that much, but this is just not an accurate representation of current. How the patch notes looking so far? Very good. Yeah. I just love it so much because it's like, you know, I try to give a ton of credit to the Diablo team, and they honestly deserve it. They do a great job. Regardless of how much we're whiny crybabies, they do a really good job. But there are like the wildest disconnects. It's like they use there's the wildest disconnects between like, so this clearly must be like, there was a change. Then they went, wait a minute, what if it was damage? So like, hey, we need to catalog that change, take the attack speed and change it to damage. So like, oh, it used to be this and now it's this. And it's like, but it wasn't this. And you're like, ah, touche. I don't know if that's true, but it's like fucking funny. It's funny. Calm down. Are you my fucking dad? A lot of dads in chat today. Shoutouts to dads, shoutouts to moms, shoutouts to non-gendered parental guardians. Y'all the real ones. It's very funny. Oh yeah, I mean, there's bound to be, obviously. But it's just like, this is funny. Like, this is funny. How do I feel about it? It's good. Put it on a two-hander. The issue, I want to put Needle Flare on a two-hander, but we're talking about different minion builds at that point. So, well, we're not even, right? Because this scales minion Thorns damage too. So, the big thing here is that like the attack speed would be overkill, right? With the changes to Klon and how many stats they're gonna get. No, oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, Senor. I apologize. I was being sarcastically upset for the purposes of continuing the joke. I did not think that you were being a dick. I have run out of energy, so like all tone is like down here now. So like, sorry. Sorry. I'm not gonna be able to like properly communicate things. I was good with the joke. I did miss that you put Microbio Boy though, which is a great callback. And now I wish I saw that earlier. How do I feel about this? You double it on a two-hander. Do you double it on a two-hander? You obviously can. The major issue there is that you don't get double cooldown reduction on an offhand, which is really important. A lot of people are just going to toss this onto a two-hander and run it, and I don't think that they're wrong. But getting better Army of the Dead uptime is the thing that is a huge multiplier of this, and to get there you need cooldown reduction. It's not so much about is there a bigger damage bonus, it's do you run it on a two-hander is the thing I'm trying to calculate. Because right now, even with Flicker Step, I don't have 100% uptime on Army of the Dead after they fixed the bug with Decrepify to not trigger off of Minions' Thorns. I don't know if anybody has played Minions recently with Army of the Dead, but you are not triggering cooldown at nearly the same rate that you used to. This is multiplicative. This is absolutely a multiplier. My major thing though is that one, against bosses right now, one Army of the Dead isn't killing them. Even with Mendelm. And I'm currently running like a Corpse Explosion build. Although, well, hold on though. The minions are actually going to deal damage. Hold on, the minions are actually going to deal damage. You might be like, well, Mac, obviously that's super important for the calculation. Why weren't you thinking about that before? Then the answer is, I'm imperfect. So the minions are actually dealing damage. Do I need as much CDR? Because Army of the Dead was the only way to do the damage. And to trigger the men down. But now they do damage and their attack speed triggers the men down. Correction for you, Iron Golem active. Oh, I see what you're saying. Their base attack stuns. Sure. Yeah, I guess that's very relevant. They don't apply stun on every hit though, do they? No, it's on activation. Okay. Proactive corpse tendrils? Not sure that it's worth the DPS loss, but it's an option, and that's fine. That is relevant. Thank you for that clarify. If minions don't one-shot dungeon bosses, then it's not enough. Oof, rough. Brand Flakes, thank you for the follow. Okay, so unyielding commander. Is that how you spell unyielding? Why does that look so weird to me? Strictly better in the end game, but there's a very small window, depending on how gear turns out, where the build doesn't have enough. Is that accurate? I don't think that's actually true. Because you would only need 67% increased attack speed, and that would also gain you 90% damage. There's something to be said about the attack speed, though. But to do proper analysis on that, you need to know what breakpoints they're reaching with different amounts of attack speed. This change was necessary with the other changes in the patch, and I'm glad they made this call, since I think in every real game scenario, the loss of attack speed here would be overshadowed. Would be compensated for by the increase in damage. My only concern is putting this on a two-hander when we might need double CDR from a focus or of the dead uptime, and that such a large multiplier for minions is trapped behind a single ultimate skill, further railroading build decisions. I think that's fair. Yielding commander. Very good change. Nothing nuanced. Very good change. I'll just leave that there. I don't need to explain that. Occult Dominion increases maximum skeleton warriors by 2. finally, I only need one utility aspect for both minion types. Make it give me an extra golem. And we're really talking. Sarcasm. Oh, Dominion. The other cool part about this, the coolest part about this is the ability to more easily fit in a minion package to a build by sacrificing a single defensive aspect or mobility aspect or hybrid builds. Blood Getters. Blood Getters is interesting. 100% player attack speed grants your minions 100% attack speed. Skeletal Priest now empowers you. Does it heal you? You're a number chaser. The bigger the DPS number, the better. My only pushback is that we can't see DPS in game. We can only see single damage instances. So you're not actually seeing DPS in game unless you're calculating it. No, it's 70% effectiveness. It's 30% multiplied by 0.7, not 1.7. 70% effectiveness is less than 1. You have 26 jobs with 38 kids? Hey, thanks, fam. Enjoy your life of servitude. The only thing that this seems relevant for is if it, well, huh. It's a, okay, so it's a utility aspect. So it's effectively a damage aspect you can put on your boots or your amulet or your helmet. Oh, I have to get through this faster. God, fuck, there's so much. Okay, I have to get through this faster. So here's the thing. Here's the big question. Here's a big question, Blood Getters. Does it heal you and read the passive skill in our tree. If no, this is a utility aspect. Helmet / boots that can give you 21% damage boost, which theoretically increases minion damage too. That's not nothing. But you wouldn't use this in the same slot. Gloves, amulet. You could put a... Oh, I guess shield as well. You could put an offensive aspect. And shield, which is important to notice. If it heals you. Possibly goaded? Since you can spam it? Yes, it's available. Can somebody share it? Does somebody have it? There's people in here. Can somebody share it on Twitch? And if you have it on YouTube, can you share it on YouTube, please? Is it goated with the sauce? Is it a quirked up white boy goated with the sauce? Such a good question. Thank you, Trev. I appreciate you. It is 70 to 100% damage, baby. Let's go. Okay, I got clarified. Unyielding Commander is 70 to 100%. Okay. It's an interesting source of non-traditional damage for builds. Blood Getters. Interesting option for damage in a utility slot. Helmet / boots / shield. That can potentially give a huge healing source. That also reads your passive tree. Okay. Flesh Rending. When decomposed explodes, gain essence. Okay. So this is slightly better in that it can give essence when you kill a monster. Sure. What is this called? Rotting aspect, slightly better now that decompose explodes on monster death. Oh, that was Flesh Rending. Here's my issue with rotting. I think rotting is strictly worse now. Rotting aspect. Technically a nerf, since the corpse generation would have triggered Additional explosions? Not sure why. Why this was changed, to be honest. Damned is very good. Damned aspect. Actually good now. Actually good now. Send tweet. Isn't it an auto include? The big thing here is that you don't really have aspect slots to fit it. Is kind of the problem. No, rotting always made you generate a corpse under each target, according to its normal channel. Untimely death is really, really, really interesting. Untimely death change is actually goated. This is strictly good. Like, this is only good. Blood builds always sought to attempt to reach 100% chance to crit. On any attack where you didn't overpower, it was doing nothing for you. Now you will actually reach 100% chance to crit. So it just comes down to how much can you heal between each cast. So, Orto, Decompose says when you generate a corpse, explode. Rotting says you hit 3 targets. So it was always going to be 3 explosions, except it used to be that it would spawn a corpse under each afflicted target when it spawned a corpse. So it would have been 2 instances of spawning corpses per target. So it would have been 6 explosions, which is doubling your damage. Instead, it is a 30% increase to your damage. So it is strictly less damage than it would have been previously. That being said, I fully understand the logic here. It's whether or not you can heal enough to make it better. No. It's strictly better. It's strictly better across the bat, right? Getting a 1.6 multiplier once every 6 attacks is strictly worse than getting somewhere between like a 10 to 20 multiplier on each attack. Yeah, that's perfectly fine though, Garm. A 1.6 multiplier once every 6 attacks has to be worse than like a 10 to 15 to even up to like a 20% increase multiplier on each attack, right? How much do you need to heal for it to be better? Is this accurate? I'm not an idiot, right? So how little would it need to be to not be better? You don't get any stacks with crit chance? What are we talking about, boss? It is just when you heal, you deal increased bonus damage. You crit most of your hits, right? So it's how much can you heal in between each hit? And how low does that number have to be for it to not be better than 1.6 total multiplier? Because increasing one attack by 1.6 over 6 attacks is just like increasing every one of those attacks by 1.6 divided by 6. So it's 10%, right? So how little would I have to heal to outperform that? I would have to heal 9% in between each attack to begin outperforming it. And it's actually 8.2. I would have to heal 8.2% between each attack. And the question is, can you? That's the math we're trying to do here. Assuming that you crit 100% of the time. So the question is, can I outperform that? On Bloodlance, you definitely can outperform it. Can you outperform it on Blood Surge? What would be the source of healing? So for Blood Lance, it's picking up a blood orb. You can spam potions in between. You can use Undying, which heals you for 2% of your maximum life every time you use a skill. And you can have life on hit and life on kill. You can also with Blood Golem, although using a Golem on blood builds is not good. Question is, can you heal 8.2% of your maximum life per cast? And if you can, you are now outperforming it. As long as you assume 100% chance to crit. Yeah, life on hit was a flat value. Even with healing received, the number has to be very high. The number has to get up to like 1,000 life per hit for it to be relevant. And then even then it's like, because it's based off of your maximum life percent healed. So having more life actually makes it harder, which is funny. But blood orbs heal off of max life. So it's like, while it simultaneously is harder than it would be when you take into consideration the rest of the systems that exist, it isn't harder, but it is mathematically harder without looking at the other systems, which is funny. Oh, you know what? You're right. Where did I put untimely? Oh, you need double it, so it's 16.2. Or 16.4. Ooh, I don't think you can outperform 16.4. You're very right. Yeah, you can't outperform 16.4. Huh. I fell into the trap. Okay. So, untimely death. Here's the issue. Here's the issue. On paper, it looks like this should be able to outperform the previous iteration for overpower builds. But you need to heal for 16.4%, your maximum life in between each cast of a skill with 100% crit chance that will overpower in 6 casts to beat the bonus you would have received. Makes sense with reaching 100% crit chance, but is actually a nerf to the aspect for blood necros in real game scenarios. Huh. In timely death. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. You don't need temerity. When you have untimely death equipped, you can overheal. You don't need a second source of ability to overheal. All right, I have 20 minutes. Hard stop. Untimely death. Actually, it opens it up as like one-shot potential for non-overpowering builds, but you don't need that. Every skill the Necromancer wants to use can overpower now. It's actually just a nerf. Huh. Untimely death. Huh. Which is wild. Yes, Untimely Death lets you use a potion at full health. Yep. Anything that says if you would overheal allows you to trigger it that way. Interesting. I see how they got there. I just don't think they did the math all the way out through, but it's because they don't have Garm sitting there yelling at them. In the best way possible. Potent Blood, strictly better? Sure. Does it have any like real game impact? Kinda, no. It's whatever. I mean, it's like, it's strictly better. I don't know if it really changes a lot. I guess it's hard to say. Strictly better for early game? Sure. A strict buff to early game scenarios? That's fine. Ring of Men down. This is interesting. Because on paper you can outperform how fast they attack, but I think it's better. But you can outperform once every 6 attacks. And this also means that like damage will be more rolling and less explodey. Because like you could trigger men down as they were running up. It's a nerf, right? The thing that it's good for is non-lucky hit builds. Exactly. Like the thing that I was thinking of for Fishymancer right now, I have shit lucky hit. So it means that Mendeln works more. Outperforming every 6th attack on single target is unrealistic. I don't know if I agree with that with Bone Spear. It's normalized. So what it does is it normalizes your expected damage per second. It removes burst damage potential. In certain circumstances, like in the circumstance of your minion dies in between the attacks, I think it's strictly a nerf, but opens up the item for non-lucky hit builds, as well as helps to normalize damage output. Because the one thing that's really hard to say is how often Mendeln procs were wasted. Isn't Mendeln best for the minion attack speed stat? It is. You do have to remember that Mendeln's damage is scaled off of the Necromancer and not the minions. So Mendeln has actually become significantly weaker on builds where it is used. Which is why I don't like it being tied to attack speed. So again, it's just like further tying things to minions have to attack fast to be useful, which like currently isn't a problem, but has really, really railroaded their design. And then there's like, when my Bone Mage casts Bone Spear, that's almost certainly not going to be considered them attacking. So does Bone Mage have like a negative interaction with this where they proc men down less often? I think what they've done is reduced the higher end potential of Mendeln's damage to make it more consistent and make it so that you don't have to run a lucky hit procer, which I think is a good thing for the current state of the game. But I do believe that this is on paper a nerf in scenarios where all of the damage could be applied to a target. And it might be that in real game scenarios that is not seen, which is perfectly fine. This normalizes damage and removes the lucky hit component to make it so non lucky hit skill based builds and benefit, notably on Fishymancer. But this is a theoretical nerf to top end damage output, which would probably won't be seen in real game scenarios. And interestingly enough, further railroads minions into attack speed tendency, and the ring overall is significantly less strong, less valuable to minion builds. Does a bone mage casting bone spear as it okay, to proc this if a minion dies between and 5th hit and gets resummoned. This isn't strictly a buff. Can't front load procs on targets while minions move to engage, etc. Ten more minutes. Control glyph. Great change. Great change. Normalized damage. A higher rate. Control glyph. Even Bone Spear can use this more, right? Control glyph. Always get 20% damage boost, and you cast Decrepify. Seems pretty good. See against non-bosses. Seems pretty good. Dead Razor. Dead Razor is buffed. Dead Razor glyph. Small buff. Seems good. Dead Razor glyph. Small buff. Did add Mendeln to Excel sheet? I did. It's right here. I don't really know what build uses it, so I'm not willing to put it into here as an obvious thing right now, because I'm not sure that minions need Mendeln anymore, or that's even really good for minions. It'll be interesting to see. Mendeln scales with weapon damage now. Does that increase its effectiveness? It's whether or not it scales higher than it did previously. Hoang, thank you for the follow. The assumption is yes, but we don't know what those numbers look like. Cult leader buff. That's big. Big buff. Cult leader. Leg node. Huge buff. Much easier to max it out. Not a lot to say there. Cult leader. Huge buff. Himeln proc crit. Yes. Mendeln is your damage, so it can crit, it can overpower. Hoang, thank you for the follow. That's it, right? The loot upgrades, sure. Elixir updates. Elixirs are interesting. Also, found the elixirs here. Momentum seems kind of fucking wild. Early game progression. This is also cool. This is something that was supposed to be in the game a long time ago and just wasn't, and now it theoretically is, which is cool. Every month and a half, a thread on Reddit pops up and goes, remember when they said this would happen? What happened? So now it's here, which is cool. What was the scaling on minions before? 30% of your stats. And what's their base damage? It depends on per minion, but basically like 14% weapon damage for your skeletons and stuff. I think 30% damage for your golems, but I forgot the numbers. Fix an issue where bone graft could be triggered off of enhanced bone prison. We weren't getting movement speed from Death's Approach in town, even though it should have been, which is really cool. Requiem aspect wasn't giving you as much essence, interesting. And then Golem attacks initiated right after dismounting wouldn't complete. That's also very interesting. Fix the issue where conceded wouldn't trigger off of Soulbrand. Oh, this is very interesting too. I think what it showed was accurate, but then it would round down, maybe? I can't imagine that it was a lot, but that is interesting. Yeah, all right. I have 5 minutes. I have a hard stop because I have to go to a meeting. It's a wicked secret meeting. I'm sorry, I can't tell you about it. That's just to make you think about it. I actually can't tell you about it, but like, don't worry about it. So this was huge. Typically I like to do like my full recap. I'm gonna have to do that tomorrow. Like, it's just kind of insane. There's so much stuff here. It's absolutely bananas. Tomorrow, I'm also, and here's the worst part. I'm gonna put so many don't trust this messages beforehand. But I think what I want to do is, rather than talk about where things will end up in the tier list, talk about the relative power gains of each build. And whether or not I think that like their primary issues have been like addressed. Is this season 4? This isn't really a tier list. This is also like old from, the only thing that's currently accurate is here and here. Nothing else is accurate yet. Don't read anything else. I haven't finished it. This is not what I think the tier list looks like. I can't tell you what I think the tier list looks like, but I can tell you what I think pain points in builds have been addressed. I'm not going to tag everything as outdated because it's every single other tab and I'm lazy. So just don't share it. Don't only look at this for right now. It's on you. It's on you to not lie about this stuff. In fact, I'm just going to get rid of all of this. Get fucked. That's what you get. Get fucked. Let's go ahead and raid somebody. Well, so
you subscribe to a bad content creator.
Gymnasium.
You're a real one.
Supremo, thank you very much for the 10 months. Wait, I can't wait. I'm sorry. I have a meeting in 2 minutes and I haven't eaten dinner. Raid. Gymnasium. All right, everybody. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapkum kap, sawadi, guten Abend, hasta mañana. Cheers, be good. I'll see you all again. Bye-bye. Appreciate y'all.